um, push their agenda in there that and a lot of these smaller districts down south, and they they have positive numbers and they are achieving, and which makes me think even more that they should just pet, they need to stay out of it. And I don't know, I guess my question for us, for the district and for the parents, we were talking about how it comes back. I would like to know how it's going to affect our students, our families, and if any, because we said that we were already a 5 day work. So I'm just wondering, is there any way that this is going to affect us, our students, our parents?
Good question, and I appreciate that, Vice President Aspis. I also appreciate you introducing the phrase "majority boo." I'd never heard that one before. He'd take majority boos, but it was close. It's hard to tell. I believe that our families are going to be okay with this. I think it does affect teachers some, and again, it depends. I hate to take away those professional development days too much. We do have, for instance, there's some sort of a, it's not actually a written agreement with the union, but we do have time where teachers can work in classrooms. There's a possibility some of that time could be taken away, so it would adversely affect those. A couple more days of school for our calendar probably won't affect our families that much as far as hardships. So I know that our students and our families are going to be okay. I think to me, and also probably to Attorney Chappelle over here, the biggest issue is local control, like you mentioned, and just saying, no, we're in charge. We're going to take that away from you all, and we're going to make those decisions. It affects, as you mentioned, so much more the people with four-day work weeks. So there's a lot of districts in this state who have these 4-day work weeks. I think it's something like 40% of our districts. I don't know if anybody can correct me on that. But it's mostly the rural school districts who have a difficult time bringing folks in to where they are. And it's because of their location. And so they have folks who have a house somewhere else and they come in for those 4 days and they go back. Some of those districts are not going to be able to do those 4-day work weeks based on this because they're not going to have either the proficiency or the growth targets. And that makes it real difficult too. If you have that 4-day work week and you think you might get the growth target, what are you going to do when you put together two calendars, one for the 4-day, you have to do a 5-day. The targets come in, I believe, in the middle of summer, June, and they don't make the target. Then they're stuck with that 5-day week and they don't know about it until it happens. Those are the districts who are most adversely affected by this. Those districts who have a 4-day week, whose students are at 70-80% proficient, are going to be fine. And I was very surprised when I saw this, and again, Ms. Chappelle brought it out. They only have language about language arts and reading, and they don't have math scores on there, which really surprised me that they just leave it on just that. But anyway, it affects other, like I said, other districts a lot more. I think our families would be all right, but it's mostly the issue of local control. And I know school boards do not like to, when people say, well, here, we're just going to take that away from you too.
So where my thoughts on hearing that this morning is the issue with Shiprock High, where we did a schedule change, and now we're having this 180 come in. How does that affect? How does that change? I'm looking at that situation too. What are the expectations of to the parents and to the students.
My first analysis is that that wouldn't change much at all. It would be kind of a moot point because whether it's a 7-period day or block schedule, they're still going to go the same number of days. Students are in school for the same amount of hours for the most part. So there's very little change as far as that.
I guess as far as time,
I don't know the two things are so much connected because I think the high school time is probably going to be about the same when it all comes down to it, the number of hours.
okay.
Can we, before we proceed too much further, do a plus delta type of sheet, information sheet for the board members in regards to this change? Aside from what's already been discussed, but of course those things will be included on the sheet, but,
We can do that.
okay, thank you. Are there any additional comments or questions? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Chappelle.
So all of the changes they made are also attempting to be more in line with the statutory language. So when you look at the definition section, they're really trying to mirror the language in the statute more. But at the end of the day, because they're literally impacting funding, both with this rule change and the language in House Bill 2, I still think that there is a very strong argument that these regulations conflict with state statute, and that they don't have authority, that the regulations go farther than state statute does. So from the overall conversation about school districts potentially filing a lawsuit on this, I still believe there are good grounds to do that.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Chappelle, even though the statute does say that the PED, Secretary of Education, has the final say, playing devil's advocate here.
So there are different components of the overall state statute for PED that gives the cabinet secretary duties in various areas, right? And so, for example, it doesn't carte blanche say he has the final say in everything. He only has the duties that the legislature gives to the PED. And so if there's a component of the statute that is fairly detailed, right? And instructional hours there's an option on instructional hours. It is not set in stone in the statute. Then I think one of their arguments will be, well, we're allowed to be more restrictive than the statute.
Regulatory body.
The problem is, and so you're going to get into a conversation and an analysis about, well, does this go too far? And on the other side of it, there is also constitutional history in New Mexico for local school boards to have local control. So that's what the argument is going to come back to, is where is that balance? Now, I know that in one of the Gallup lawsuits, the judge in that case came back and essentially said PED has unfettered discretion. I don't agree with that, especially in this context, because the statute literally provides for choice for school districts. And so at that point, you're into a conflict situation, but that's where it's going to come down. And so you're going to want a really good district court judge that's going to weigh those issues and
Well,
not
yeah,
just
and that's the
carte
point of the
blanche.
question, is the overreach of the authority and the power
Yeah.
for the state and the state legislature to overstep its bounds in regards to local control. Okay, thank you.
Machiavelli thought he had unfettered discretion. Meaning, Machiavelli thought he had, it's a dictatorship, essentially. There you go. I was trying to be cute.
On this issue well, not just this issue, but because of the legislation and the bills that we come across for the past couple of years, again, I would like to have somebody draw a stick figure and how these bills apply to either a student, a teacher, the district, and I think, well, it's more for everybody to be on the same level in our community, and because before coming into this as a board member, I had no idea, that that it played a big part, and only through the years and only through being on the board that we know this. And so I would like to keep our community up to speed, and those the ones that do want to know about even more, and I think that would be something good. And again, I put that out there for somebody to maybe even the elephant where it impacts or something. Thank you.
I like that idea. I think that would be really good. Additional comment? Yes.
A suggestion to that, to piggyback off what you said, I think that's a really good point, because if we as a district were able to educate our constituency in all 4 communities that we have, whether it be through social media, through print, whatever we can, however we can, to explain that, I think that'd be very, very helpful, because there's a lot of people who don't know. They just automatically assume. And again, the fact that information is very powerful and key to making those decisions.
It's true.
Right, especially because Superintendent Carlson was just saying, we're pretty close on those hours, but in order to reach the number of hours that are now required, we might have to shortchange professional development. And to both of your points, ultimately that shortchanges our kids, because those teachers need that professional development time. So unintended consequences.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions or concerns to be vocalized? Questions? Okay. Ms. Chappelle, is there another bill?
So I'm going to turn next to House Bill 2. One of the reasons I didn't want to get too far into House Bill 2 at the last board meeting was because the governor still had the ability to line item veto some of it. And so I'm going to kind of go through the overview. House Bill 2 has $4.43 billion in recurring general fund appropriations for public schools, and that includes a 6.1% increase over the prior year. Like we've already discussed, the legislature, and now signed by the governor, has really, enticed school districts to participate in the K-12 plus programs in order to get additional dollars. And so let me talk you through what those additional dollars are. Kind of feels like the Price is Right contestant, but only if you participate in K-12 plus. So, for example, there's quite a bit of extra dollars out there. And coupled with the bill that is now requiring schools to go to a community school model, the community school funds are also tied up in whether or not we are a K-12 plus program. So it doesn't flat out say if you're not K-12 plus, you can't have these funds. What it says is that folks who are in those programs are prioritized for receiving those funds. And so at the end of the day, what that means is we won't get those funds unless we are a K-12 plus program. So I'm just going to run through the kind of big pots of money that are now out there that will need to, I think one of my recommendations will be to really look at going after these extra dollars and maybe even forming a grant team. Because I just think that it's going to be a lot of work. So the biggest bulk of money is 200 million, and that goes to CTE, community-based programs, structured literacy, teacher mentorship, and then an expansion of community schools. So that's the biggest pot of kind of discretionary funding money that we would need to participate in applying for. There is 2 million for attendance. With a state the size of ours and the number of school districts we have, that's not going to go very far. And so, my recommendation is that if we do want to take advantage of some of these funds, especially ones that are that low, is that we take a pretty aggressive stance on being the first in line to get our grants in, our requests in. There's another pocket of money that would benefit us and schools like us. There's 13 million for tribal and rural communities based on extended learning. And so that would be a great pot. Obviously there's a handful of schools that meet that criteria, and so they're using a carrot to entice us into that with those funds. Then there's a combined, a 10 million for at-risk students, 20 million for K-12 plus. Again, here's another amount of money that's going to go very quick. Devin, this one's kind of for you guys. It's 1 million in mobile panic buttons installation in schools, and so again, that's not going to go very far, especially with large districts, but we sure should try to get in line for that. Mobile panic buttons.
Carry them out, right? Is that what it's like a little clicker?
Yeah, so that's a great question in terms of kind of figuring out what they mean by that language. But the idea is that you want people to be able to press a panic button using their phone if they see a shooter come into the school district, instead of having to physically go communicate that. Some folks look at walkie-talkies, other radios, right, that kind of thing, in terms of how to go about that. Do you want to describe that better?
We'll be able to, in our presentation, we have one slide that's designated to the Raptor visitor management and emergency management system that we have, that also works with operation, finance. We also have the panic buttons that look at the schools that lock down the gates right away. So we have a plan, and those buttons have already been installed in our schools. Yes, ma'am.
So maybe we can get some reimbursement back or something from.
Sure, absolutely.
But those are
Contribution.
not mobile.
No, it can be based on mobile, so you don't have to physically be there to shut down. Yeah.
The Raptor system, ma'am, is the Raptors. The Raptor system is a mobile app. The reunification app and the emergency management portion of that is what we are implementing as well. And we already have the Raptor visitor management system
at all of our school sites. So it falls in line with what she's talking about. Yes, ma'am.
In addition to that, House Bill 2 includes 200,000 to help support safety school summits. And so I would definitely encourage us to try to take part of, get some funds for that too, and continue, obviously, what we started last year. And then just, I know this touches on a few different areas in our school district, but there is 5 million available for summer internship jobs that school districts host essentially. And I know that there are a couple departments and Von Wilson as well that are looking at that already. So that would be, a good thing to pursue. Now, interestingly, Senator Munoz put into House Bill 2 $5 million earmarked for Zuni, Gallup, and CCSD. The governor line item vetoed designation for those 3 school districts, but I think we could argue the intention of that money was for us, and so my other for our 3 schools, and so my other recommendation is that we quickly get in line and figure out, what we might be able to use some of those funds for.
Question. What was that earmarked for specifically when he wrote that in there? Nothing?
Nothing.
Oh, okay, just use for those 3. All right.
And I'm sure she didn't give a reason for vetoing that particular bill.
She has to give a reason, but it's very generic. It's not,
Yeah. Yep. Okay, go ahead.
and
continue.
with that,
Did she use the word unfettered?
no, I don't think she did. But I could request that she use that in the future. Yeah.
Are you about to stand for questions?
Yes,
Is that what we're
please.
doing?
Yes.
Before she stands for
Questions
questions,
or comments?
as we're all sitting, I'm going to pass out some lunch menus. That we're going to be getting some lunch from the Tani Nez here in Shiprock. So I'll pass these out, and there'll be drinks. You don't have to worry about that. Just check one of these things, and Sharon's going to gather them in a little bit. Thanks.
I have unfettered choices. Wow. I know. Yeah, I'm gonna pass it out. It's like, it wasn't that bad. Increase for salaries as well. And interestingly, she did line item veto quite a few accountability measures that were in House Bill 2. And so there are legislators concerned about that and vocalizing that through various media. Yes. Yes. And with that, I stand for questions.
Are there any questions or comments from the attendees, board members?
So, what those bills said, and oh, I don't think we can talk about that. Okay. What about we can't remember for just to recap, the training for school board. I don't remember what House bill that was, but I mean, just to recap and let our audience know.
So my recollection was that was 134 or 37, right? I think that is the one you're talking about.
No, 134 is the one that we.
So 137 then?
137.
That bill is the one that we talked about at our last board meeting. And, overall summary of that is it requires, so it modified the graduation requirements. And I can pull that up here in a second. But what it does is it modified, graduation requirements. And instead of requiring algebra as a graduation requirement, it gave some other options, financial literacy and other things. It expanded CTE, and it's now also requiring every school to come up with a graduate profile and to move toward community-based or community school learning. That's the high-level summary of that bill.
Are there any questions or additional comments?
Well, not only the graduation requirements, but the requirements of the board, the training.
So it did increase board training pretty significantly. In the first year, if I recall correctly, it requires 12 credit hours of training, and then every subsequent year after that, if I recall correctly, it was 5.
Okay, if there aren't any questions, the next bill, Tremaine? No more? Okay, we're done with section, with letter B. To letter C, under reports. You have an order of the programs?
I believe that we have an order. I think Sharon has an order for the programs.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and begin with Mr. Deswood, and then we can go from there.
You okay?
Proceed?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try to sit back a bit. Good morning, board members, President Aspis, other board members, Mr. Carlson, and colleagues at Ibena. So, yeah, appreciate this opportunity to share the work that we've been doing this year. So I'll go ahead and get going. So the way I saw this conceptually was to do a strength, weakness, opportunities, threat. That's how I'll present it. So some of the strengths that also present from the curriculum instruction department, so that will follow this. So some strengths that I see overseeing the 17 schools. So some of the things that have been completed and are up and running is creating systems of support for principals, teachers, and most importantly, students. This has been accomplished by updating, well, not necessarily updating, but communicating and training principals on the progressive discipline process. So speaking of renewable batteries, I'll just change that then. Do you want me to use that one? Yeah, I need a charger. So like I was saying, really leveraging the progressive discipline process. In fact, if you look at the, which I'll share a little bit later, but I do have percentages as far as number of predetermination letters and the progressive discipline that was utilized this year compared to last year, and I'll go over that a little bit later. Another thing that we did was updated the student behavior matrix actually, we sent it to principals, and they did it as a committee. They updated. I know we had some pushback whenever we released it at the fall of last school year. However, we got a lot of input from our building leaders. They updated it, and that system is up and running. And I know last year, Ms. Haskey, President Haskey, I remember you asked us about students who might possibly be slipping through the cracks, and Ms. Sutherland and I did a root cause analysis on that. And that was the incident that created the safety summit that we held last summer. So a lot of this work we've been doing is based on root cause analysis, trying to figure out where there are gaps in our system, right? Where there are weaknesses in our system, okay? And again, all of the actions that we put into place were based on the critical actions that we discovered. Another thing that a strength is a leadership pathway, right? We have amazing teachers in our district, and we have also amazing leaders within the buildings, but trying to have that pathway so that all of our principals and teacher leaders have support. So that's some of the stuff that's being developed. In fact, all of our principals currently have mentors. Our assistant principals also are working with a lead program where they're looking at building capacity within their position. I think one of the strengths that we've been really using is using data to drive decisions. That way, we're not picking and choosing out of an apple tree what we are going to work on. It's based on the data. Here's what the data is saying, and putting plans in place to systematically improve our district. Another thing from my position is visibility in schools. I do have tiered support for our principals. Our high-functioning principals, I usually just meet with them once a month. My level 2, actually all principals, I meet with them once a month. My level 2 principals, I provide additional support in there, and any principals who I have on a growth plan, basically meeting them once a week, checking in on them and making sure they have support. Very similar to the support that we provide our students. Also, when I say visibility, last year and this year I've conducted almost 200 walkthroughs with our principals, and that's using a 6-step feedback to 6 steps to effective feedback, right? Really working with our principals so that they can coach teachers. In fact, I was at a training at the beginning of the year, and that training was saying that, and this is based on research, and the training was saying that teachers get more growth out of a walkthrough with a feedback session in 2 years than 20 years of formal observations. So with that, there's been a lot of emphasis, and we actually calibrate with elementary principals, and we go to the different elementary schools in our 3 communities or 4 communities, so that teachers or principals can see good teaching going on in other buildings. So one of the things that has been really important, and we actually got feedback the beginning of the year from the Public Education Department about our 90-day plans. Again, those are the things that drive any of the initiatives and the change that we're doing within our buildings, and not only that, but within the central office. So we got pretty good feedback. In fact, the Public Education Department is going to a point where they're going to be grading and evaluating 90-day plans. So we're a step ahead of that because, we're, my staff and I in curriculum instruction, we're providing a lot of support for 90-day plans. And also, these 90-day plans, we highly encourage our community members to touch in with your local school and ask the principal to share that 90-day plan. In fact, there's a website where all the 90-day plans can be pulled and viewed. And when we talk, I know we're going to talk about performance-based budgeting down later today. But one of the things that we've been really pushing is, if it's not in your 90-day plan, we have not been approving professional development trips and things like that, because that essentially should be guiding what we're doing and aligned to the dollars that we're utilizing, so that fiscal responsibility, we're accounting for every dollar. Okay. Also bringing departments together. We've been having academic planning coordinator meetings so that departments are working together and planning together. So, for example, I've been meeting with finance to take care of any schools or departments that might not be, might be having issues with, getting POs and stuff like that in place. Also collaborating with ICO. I know some of our coordinators are working with Dr. Lopez and her group for that MLSS, multi-layered support system, and providing training. I know I talked earlier about doing the root cause analysis with Amanda. And I know that was one of the things when I came in last year, one of the root cause that we did for some of the stuff whenever we looked at why are our scores not as high as we want. And one of them was departments working in silos. So that's one thing we've been really intentional about working with the different departments so that we're all aligned, we're all going in the same direction. In fact, we also have a monthly principal PLC where the departments have a chance to communicate any information down to schools. And I just recently did mid-year evaluations, and that was one of the things that principals commented about was we like having these meetings so that we can hear from the different departments. Everybody's hearing it straight from Carol, Amanda, Mr. Carlson, and the different departments, just to name a few. Dr. Lopez as well. So those are some strengths. Weaknesses, shifting to the right side of that, not enough time to do both roles. I know last year, you all are well aware that I ended up taking over the curriculum instruction department as well. So that's a significant amount of time between making sure we have a guaranteed and viable curriculum and making sure our teachers are supported. And of course, overseeing and providing leadership for these 17 schools. Another weakness that is there, and we've seen this, right? We saw this in the LFC report last year, and any of the reports that we've seen, the distance in supporting schools. I drive 1,000 miles every month trying to get to these schools. In fact, I go an extra time per month down south because whenever we have community meetings, you all forget about us. I'm always texting Mr. Carlson or my team headed south. So 2 times a month, I'm visible in schools down that way to make sure principals are supported, checking with teachers and interacting with kids as well. I think that was one of the things Mr. Carlson has challenged us as directors is, visibility, right? Boots on the ground, boots in the classrooms, knowing what's going on, having a pulse on what's going on in our classrooms. Some other weaknesses, of course, attending and making all meetings with principals since there's a dual role. Another weakness that often comes up whenever we're having conversations with principals and teachers is no strategic plan in place, right? So when we have a strategic plan in place, that's something we can leverage. Here, if we had a strategic plan, here's what the community said, here's what the board wants us to do, so that we can use that and push back if we get pushback from teachers. This is what the community wants, this is what our board wants. So that would be one area. Another one is too many instructional programs, and I know last year I communicated to the board quite extensively about principals being surveyed, and there was over 70 programs that they were overseeing within the building. So we've really tried to streamline that, but here's the thing, like, you know, once one program goes out, there's another one that pops up. So, so trying to make sure that we're really intentional with the programs that teachers and principals have access to.
Mr.
Also-
Deswood,
Yes, go
can you
ahead.
give a example about the programs that you're referring to?
So for example, we have programs that we had like no usage on or minimal usage on. Some of them were like Kami, as an example. Kami is one of the programs that allows us to read. So we really took a look at that and said, okay, what is our usage? Because we were gonna get rid of Kami, which is like $20,000 to $25,000 for the program district wide. So I asked for a usage report from Kami and Leandro, and we got the report. Come to find out, like, a significant amount of our staff were using it. So then we said, okay, if we have that many staff that are using it, let's not use it, okay? Some other examples are some instructional programs that were really beneficial when we were in COVID times, right? When we were doing virtual teaching and teachers were at home, students were at home. So there was a couple, I can't remember the exact name of the program, but we had like 2 teachers district-wide using it. So then we ended up getting rid of that program, thus saving the district, like I said, 15 to 20,000, because we had I think 400 licenses, but it wasn't cost effective for us to be paying 15 to 20,000 if only 2 or 3 teachers were using it district wide. Okay.
Before you go any further, so, it was cost effective, but was it something valuable for the teacher to understand? Was there,
Vice President.
was there data to, you know, was this a good thing to the student?
Well, not necessarily, because it was efficient.
Because I rather know that than it being about money.
Correct, and I'm glad you asked that. And no, it wasn't. What was happening was when we were in virtual, then it was really useful. But since we went back to all in-person schooling, it was essentially a program that was just sitting there that wasn't being utilized. So like I said, out of 400 licenses, like there was only 2 or 3 people that logged into it and that would log in just to check on things. Maybe I'm assuming they would pull any information off of it and then, you know, to download and use it in their in-person classes. But anyway, that was an example where we got rid of stuff. Some other ones are like, in the CNI report, I'll talk about that as well, because those are some of the instructional programs that we leverage. For one is, you know, we had no English curriculum or English resources to use. So one of the things was, well, we need something that teachers can use when they come in. So we ended up adopting HMH, which is Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, HMH. So, but that'll be on my report for curriculum instruction. Another thing that often happens is too many meetings, right? We can bog ourselves down with too many meetings. Another one is stability, collaboration. You know, I talk about good things going on with collaboration, but a lot of times, sometimes we over collaborate as well. So it can kind of be a good and a bad. And of course, communication. You know, anytime I interview, I always say, one of my weaknesses is communication, because you can never over communicate, but that's why I put it as a weakness, because we still need to continue to work together. Okay. Any questions on those 2 areas?
Yes. Go ahead. So, you're talking about communication, and as assistant superintendent, I'd like to ask, for our only employee here, that, how much is that communicated back to superintendent?
Up to Mr. Carlson. Well, I'm glad you asked that, because as you all know, Mr. Carlson does have us meet in our directors meeting every Monday. So all the information that we gather from our people, we funnel that up to Mr. Carlson, and a lot of the information is available in those weekly director reports that I know Mr. Carlson shares. So then all we're doing is gathering information from our teachers, from our reading interventionists, our principals, and we funnel that information information into that director's report. So a lot more of the specific minute details are typically in the board report. So if you go back and review those director report, a lot of those little minute details will be in there. And that way, Mr. Carlson is aware of some of those situations. And of course, you know, we're texting in groups like you saw us step out because we're working on a situation with the school and supporting those schools. And like I said, remember I talked about collaborating, right, working together, like I pulled Devin and Amanda, and we asked Candace so that we can make the best decision possible for the school to support the school. Okay?
You
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Deswood, would you explain to me a little more in depth what that progressive discipline entails, and also the leadership pathway?
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad you asked this. So the CCSD progressive discipline is actually spelled out in the collective bargaining agreement and also in our board policy. Okay, so what we did is we took a look at both of them along with Carol. We looked at it because we kept seeing some common themes that, you know, like something pop up over here, some things pop up over here. So I took a systems approach to figure out what was going on. When we did root cause analysis, we realized that our principals were not trained. They didn't know how to essentially go through the progressive discipline process. So then with that, we put steps into place like, okay, we need to spell out in a one page or what are the steps in the progressive discipline process. So one is if for example, if staff was to violate board policy, or if there's any allegations of a violation of board policy, a leader, supervisor would give a staff member a predetermination letter making them aware of any board violations. So then that's typically done within 5 to 10 days, making them aware of it, reminding them, okay, here. So for example, if something happened today, I would give a letter, a formal letter to one of my subordinates, one of my people, and say, here's what's going on. We'll have a meeting. This will be a chance for you to describe from your side what had happened. And a lot of times, the allegations, that's why we work really well closely with our LSAs, because of those LSAs oftentimes do those initial investigations, which is nice, because when I was a building principal, I didn't have an LSA with me. But whenever you get into, there's an actual discipline, it's nice to have a third party there saying, hey, this was an independent investigation that was concluded, and all I'm doing is reading the results of the investigation. So that's one part of it. So then after you have the predetermination meeting with that employee, then you have another 5 to 10 days. A lot of times I touch base with Carol, and if the situations are really like, might be difficult or challenging depending on the level of the violation or board policy violation, we also often send it off to the district HR lawyer to take a look at it, just to provide and give any input and give us information on how to navigate through that process. Once that happens, then of course your first step is a what is it called? A letter of concern, right? Which the supervisor keeps it in their personal files within their office. After that, it goes to a letter of directive. That letter of directive also stays within the leaders, the supervisor's personal files. And then if it goes further than that, of course, then it becomes a letter of reprimand. If it's a letter of reprimand, that is a letter that will actually go into an employee's file, and that gets sent to HR. And then after that, of course, there's any termination, any any of our staff being put on leave without pay, or the most extenuating would be, letting an employee go. So that's the process, and that's spelled out very clearly in the collective bargaining agreement, and of course in our board policy. That's what it says.
I have a
Does-
question.
Wait, hold on, Mr.
He has one more to answer here,
Okay.
Oh, leadership pathway?
the leadership.
Okay, perfect. So here's a nice thing, right? So the public education department, and there's a branch under them, it's called the Priority Schools Bureau. So they have different leadership pathways. So we've been actually having our leaders attend these leadership support training. One of the nice thing is, I think this past year, the PED and the legislators gave, I think, about almost $100 million to the Priority School Bureau to train leaders, right? To train leaders, building leaders, also teacher leaders. So we have often teachers in the classroom who are either instructional leaders or who wish to become building leaders themselves. So we send them to these trainings. It's typically one at the beginning of the year, one at the end of the year, but in between monthly, they are in professional development with other principals or leaders across the state of New Mexico. Excuse me, for example, this past Tuesday from 3:30 to 5 o'clock, I was in a training with 3 of our building principals. And of course, the focus is on walkthroughs and being visible in buildings and giving teachers feedback using, like I described earlier, the 6 steps to effective feedback process, which, do an observation, you give the teacher feedback, they create action steps, and then the principal would come back and watch the teacher reteach to make sure that they followed their action steps. So then they're going through this program. So it typically starts out, I believe it's called Launch. Launch goes for your teacher leaders. And then after that, we'll send our people to a program called LEAD. And that's typically a new a principal who has 1 to 2 years experience. Once they go to that lead, then they go into a program called Thrive. And then they go into a program called Rise. But that's basically 4 years of professional development that our principals are getting. So from what was communicated to me, Arizona doesn't have this, but if a principal was wanting to send, or a district was wanting to send a principal to one of this particular program, a school district would have to pay $7,500 for that particular PD. That's why I said it's nice, because the public education department is funding that. Only thing the district covers is meals in the evenings for our building leaders. So it's very, very cost efficient. And being an accountant in my previous life, and my wife always calls me a penny pincher, I'm very conscious about where our dollars are going, right? That's why I'm like, okay, we need to leverage this program, because as a building leader, I went through one of these programs, and it really takes our leaders through the process to become effective leaders. That's why I call it a leadership pathway, because we're trying to give our principals capacity to make decisions and to help them create systems within their building to help them be effective leaders. Thank you.
So are these trainings virtual, or are they in person?
So the kickoff at the beginning of the year is in Albuquerque. Of course, all the leaders from throughout the state of New Mexico go there. They get support. And then after August and September, October, November, December, January, February, March, they meet virtually for an hour and a half. Virtually, they engage in PD, they have discussions, they rub shoulders with other building principals across the state of New Mexico. And then also monthly, the public education department hires former superintendents, central office people, building principals to provide one-on-one coaching. They assign them a mentor, so then all of our building principals have a coach that they talk with, and basically as a thought partner for them to touch base with them monthly. Hey, how are things going? How are walkthroughs going? Let me know if you need any support. Yeah, that's completely covered by, actually it's the REC one that covers the funding for those that additional support.
Who determines who is the mentor of whom?
So here it used to be like this. Principals who wanted to pursue this particular pathway, they used to have to do a competency-based interview which was a 2-hour interview where you go through different scenarios where you've led an initiative where it was successful, and then you did another example of where you led an initiative that completely failed, and then there's a panel of like 5 or 6 people where they look at your leadership. There's 7 competencies that they look at, and then they're essentially looking to see if you need support. But that was, pre-pandemic. After the pandemic, any building principal, they used to do any schools that were on C and D status, or nowadays it's called, remember last year when I gave the report, oh, go ahead.
C and D, explain what,
So maybe like 6 or 7 years ago, they used to give school grades A, B, C, D, and Mr. Carlson had,
Okay.
I think A's 3 years in a row. And I think Dr. Lopez had a blue ribbon school. So back in that old model, those principals weren't invited to participate. So the new model, now that they did the revamping the VISTAs, any schools that are identified as CSI or MRI, CSI stands for schools that need comprehensive school improvement or more rigorous intervention, those principals actually are going through the program. So any of our schools that have that status, they're automatically going and getting support. In fact, our coordinator just came back from Albuquerque because they were with 3 of our schools, Nijoni, Newcomb, and Mesa. And those principals are also getting that additional support in addition to the $50,000 of additional funding to help turn around these schools.
thank you.
Okay, before we move any further, I have, for clarity, I'd like to ask Mr. Deswood, in about 3 minutes, what is your role, what is your job here at CCSD in terms of what do you do day to day? And the second part of my question is, what is your driver? What is it that, why? Why are you here at CCSD?
Thank you. I'm glad you asked those questions. They're good questions. So day-to-day support, making sure that our programs are in place, making sure that I'm available to principals. Like, for example, earlier you saw me step out. Well, we stepped out because we created a system of support for principals so that if there's an issue that's going on, one of us in here can help guide this principal through a process, a threat, a situation, so that we're providing them, what about this, what about that, so that we don't have liability on our part. So we're putting our minds together and providing next steps for those principals. The other thing is providing principals with leadership development. One of those things is I meet monthly with principals. Remember earlier I talked about I tier the support for principals because our schools that are on CSI or MRI status, I meet with those principals more. What's going on? I need actions to, how are you improving school? What actions are you putting in place? Making sure that they're meeting their action steps in their 90-day plans. So that's kind of in a nutshell. So that's why I'm driving to these different schools, checking on them, doing walkthroughs with principals. So we have a mantra in curriculum instruction and in my department about planning, communicating, and providing follow-through. So those are those 3 things that we're always focusing on with the principals in the schools and also our instructional programs. And your question as why, like Mr. Carlson, I've taught out in Chushka, in Farmington, in inner city, and I feel like if I know our students can be successful, right? And we need to provide teachers with that capacity, right? Principals are thought of as instructional leaders. We need to be able to provide instructional support for our teachers. So then me as an assistant superintendent, that's the support I'm providing these 17 principals is here's how you become a better principal. And like I said, I do have principals on growth plans, right? But making sure there's more accountability. And if it gets to that point, then it's not, how are you doing? It's what artifacts do you have that you're actually implementing your 90-day plan, holding people accountable. So our students can be successful, right? When I was out in Tohatchi teaching at Church Guy, like I went and I had one kid that was proficient in math, which is the hardest area to get. And when I left at the end of that school year, I had raised it out of 25 kids in that class. I had 12 or 13 kids who were proficient, right? So I know these kids can do it, and that's why we have those high expectations for these kids, right? And then the support that's provided is trying to make sure that those teachers have support and principals.
Thank you. And then last question from myself before I hand it over to my colleagues. You talked about not working in silos. So what kind of efforts are you making? Because I've heard you mention 3 programs, but you haven't mentioned all of them. I haven't heard anything about ICO and the involvement in regards to the collaboration. So can you tell me how you're breaking down these silos to work together if you're leaving out one program right now as I'm listening?
Oh yeah, thank you for that. And actually, I did mention that we do collaborate with ICO. One of them is our coordinators support community schools, right? That the effort that's going within there. The other one is, making sure like we're creating specific indicators, actionable indicators. So each of the departments were asked to provide input. Like for ICO, they created indicators for what it will look like from their lens, and each of the departments added as far as the instructional program. So we actually collaborate quite extensively with ICO. MLSS, like I said earlier, Jerry is providing a lot of MLSS support for our dual language and our heritage teachers. And of course, our dual language and heritage teachers are under the tutelage of the building principals. So a lot of support goes through there. And of course, if we have any issues with anything, Dr. Lopez and I touch base with each other. In fact, we just had a situation in a school, and we're talking about what needs to happen. So making sure that principals are getting the message from Dr. Lopez's department, very similar with all of the departments. So we have academic planning together where we're working on stuff. We're working on summer school, right? Making sure that her department is heard, so everybody has a voice in those meetings. And we actually have all of these meetings that I have documented meeting minutes that we've had for every collaboration. So artifacts, right? How do I know it's being done? Well, I have minutes in my Google Drive that document every discussion we've had since Mr. Carlson hired me, right? I mean, that's the type of capacity that we're trying to build within our principals, so that it's not just, oh, I'm doing this, right? Like we have actual artifacts to document. Here's the meeting we had. Here's what we discussed, because part of that plan, having a 90-day plan, is like it's a roadmap for where we're going to go. So I hope that answered your question.
It does. Thank you.
Question.
Ms. Aspas first, and then.
So, I went ahead and I looked at your threats column, and one of them is board support. And me asking and questions, I hope you don't take it as a threat. But with, and maybe that's the perception, I don't know, but I think all of us, we've all displayed our passion in one way or another of how our students concern us. And so, I do apologize if I sometimes look like I'm threatening, but and maybe that's a weak way of saying it, or it's not an excuse, but there's a lot that we still need to do in all areas, and to get our students up there with the rest of the nation. And so as pointed out earlier, we were last in New Mexico as far as education, we were last, but we are now second to last. I don't know what Oklahoma did, but Oklahoma is the last. But that's still not good. But there were some things that you talked about with progressive discipline, and you brought up CBA, you brought up HR, and I believe just in the some of the things that we've encountered as a board, I think the knowledge and everybody's interpretation of the CBA, meaning the union, the grievance process, I don't think it's clear, as you said. And it's, the language used is kind of unclear, you know, in the CBA agreements, and I truly believe that, especially with the principals, they need to be to know, you know, those procedures, because to me, I feel like there's a lot of unnecessary things brought forth, and then especially if when the union is involved. And so I would like to see more of those in those areas, as the boss, or, you know, the principals, as I was saying, that they know those procedures, because now I feel like if they didn't follow it, you know, that they lost, you know, and it should be dismissed on part of on the staff or whoever. But especially when it goes unnecessarily, you know, forward, and to superintendent or to the board. So I would like to see that more. And then you also, on your opportunities, you talked about creating leaders who understand the CCSD way. What is that?
So we have processes, right? We have standard operating procedures within our district. And so essentially what it is creating our way, right? So that whenever I talk about a leadership pathway, right, training our principals and our teachers who want to become principals, or APs, right? It's essentially like, oh, the CCSD way. So it's essentially a culture where we have like, oh, that's the CCSD way. I don't know, I always hear Farmington, oh, the Farmington way, right? We have people that are in here, that's what they say, the Farmington way. So that's where I want us to have an organization where that's the CCSD way. They were trained. That's why I put on there, like, developing leaders who are like the first choice if they want to go to Arizona, if they want to, like, so that they have this capacity in them. So that's why I say the CCSD way, so that we go through a process, and we know, you know how like people are like in the military, like they know the specifics, right? That's what I'm talking about is creating the CCSD way, is so that they know our processes, procedures, our SOPs.
With the just to elaborate more on the CBA and how that procedure, that grievance procedure goes, I feel as a union member myself, the only time an employee really knows that process is when, and probably even maybe the principal or, you know, other people that are in that process, but the only time that an employee knows that is when they use it, when they need it. Other than that, if you have an employee that say goes years and years, 14, 15 years, they wouldn't know. And so, that's why I bring up that it needs to be more clear. And then you talked about programs earlier, and I had the privilege of sitting in on JOM and seeing a couple of schools come forward and give their, and CCSD was the last one. You probably seen me there, and but there was a school, I think it was Kienta, and the head guy there, he got up and he talked about, and of course that's a BIE school, public school, but he got up and he talked about how, because he had some good data, and then he said, they asked him, how did you achieve this, and he said that, and I really had to admire him, because he said he walked in and he finally had to go through all these curriculums, all these programs, because what happened was over the years, people went off to conferences, come back with, new ideas, and then yet these different curriculums, these different programs, they were still within the schools, some were still utilizing, and then he said that he had to come back and really trim and cut down and really look at what was being useful, and that's what he had to do, and a lot of it was redundant, and so, and I really remember that about this man, because he said it wasn't easy, and he wasn't well liked, but it was something he had to do, and that's what I recall and remember, and I just want to share that.
Thank you for those comments.
Mr. Montoya?
Again, I appreciate Ms. Aspa's comments, because again, I know I've said this before, and to your point of trimming down, I've been harping on this for quite a while as far as efficiency and effectiveness, and I've used this analogy a few times in respects to running into former Secretary Stewart's initiative with the current governor, in which they call the Moonshot Initiative. Just so happened to run into him in Santa Fe in a moonlit night. I pointed up to the moon and I said, "You guys are pointing in the wrong direction." And he looked at me befuddled. I said, "Turn around and look in your own backyard. That's where you're going to find the answers." Because we have I call them 89 laboratories of innovation, excuse me. And I said, in every school district, there's a successful school. In every school, there's a successful teacher or teachers. But we fail as leaders, educational leaders, to look at them, to understand what they're doing, then bring them into the fold and utilize that vast knowledge of experience. There's PhDs out there who will profess to successful this and successful that, and that you have to have quantifiable data in order to justify a success. Well, what about those teachers that have been doing it for 20, 25 years? Is that not research in and of itself of success? Absolutely it is. And I'll argue with that with anybody any day of the week. Because obviously what they're doing has been successful. Up in its data for those educators. And so therefore, that's one of the reasons why I questioned our current Secretary of Education when he handed out a pamphlet when he spoke to us. And the first thing on there was differentiated instruction. He talked about that data, and I said, I agree with you. I agree with that term. But how we use it's very easy to say that, and it's another thing to actually apply that as educational leaders. And that's why I appreciate Ms. Aspas's story with the individual, because that's one of the things I've been harping on for a long time, especially, and it even precedes, my comments precede being on the board, because it's very common sense application of that use of that word. And that came in when Common Core was being utilized and pressed upon. That was one thing I told former Governor Martinez. The crux of Common Core is left out is differentiation, and how we use that and how we apply that, and allowing the educators in those buildings, in those rooms, to utilize that rather than command and control. I understand that there has to be a standard. I get that. But how we get there to the point of differentiation and what she's talking about, what she was impressed with the gentleman in Kayenta about, and that's what I talk about in respects to trimming down, is a utilization of the expertise in those classrooms, in those buildings, within this district, to use that. But it's us as leaders, educational leaders, to recognize that and to be able to use that and grow from that to where those gains that these teachers are having in that classroom, the principals understand that and use that and develop that. But again, if we don't create that environment, to the use of the term of the silos, which our general counsel was using 4 years ago when we were looking at the ICO department and its creation and development. And I know I've said that before because they are constantly going to, and I asked the question months ago, what is everybody else, what are all these departments doing and going to them? Now you spoke to that, it's been spoken on a couple of times, but communication has to be omnidirectional. People talk about a two-way street. Nah, I'm gonna call bullshit on that one, because it should be open to everybody. And a leader has to understand that it should be. But if we don't create that environment for that to happen, and then the administration, the superintendent doesn't create that environment for that to happen, and his directors don't create that environment to happen, the principals won't create that environment to happen, then shame on us, see? And that's exactly what she's talking about, is for that change to occur, we have to allow for that and accept that and understand it, more importantly, how that works. So to the point of, again, the collection of the data and the use of that differentiation, to me, I'm very big on that. And some have heard me use the term creative defiance. Because again, and we had a PhD candidate, he called it positive defiance. It's the same thing. But how do we get to that point to allow these educators who know what they're doing to utilize that in these classrooms and have the data to prove it and show it? How do we get them to utilize it throughout the building? See, again, you have to have a leader, a building leader that's receptive and understands that adaptive leadership. If you don't, then you have stagnation. Then you have what we have in this district, which is minimal growth at best. And that's why I made that comment, you know, why are we celebrating those minimals? And I understand that, you know, when you get into business, you have the arbitrary numbers that you throw out for growth year to year, quarter to quarter. I get that. But true tangible growth of a student growing a year, year and a half, 2 years, 3 years out of one classroom, that's pretty tangible growth. But if we don't understand how to tap into it, again, like I said, shame on us for not allowing that to happen. To me, that's differentiated instruction in respects to them understanding it, as well as the administration and the board. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Last remarks?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for those comments. And I think that's part of the process, right? Like, for example, I was in a meeting and like there was a staff member not in our department that made a comment, right? And I sent, and Bellamy will tell you this, but I sent a message to the curriculum instruction department, right? Saying, hey, this is what's being said, right? And like Mr. Board Member Aspis said, right, we want to hear those, right? Good, bad, and the ugly comments, because it's an opportunity for us to improve. And I think part of the process is, you know, getting information from you all, right? You all holding us accountable as well, putting our feet to the fire, because that gives us more leverage. That gives me more leverage, so that when I have a conversation with a principal, hey, here's the direction. That's why I keep emphasizing the strategic plan, because then we can leverage that plan. Not only that, but the feedback and input that you all give us, pushing us, I can leverage that to have crucial or difficult conversations with principals, right? But if you think about it, that also goes down, so then the principal can also have that difficult conversation saying, hey, we saw that goose egg. What are we gonna do to fix it, right? So then it goes so that everybody's hearing that message, and of course, putting plans in place. But again, I just want to thank you all for giving us this opportunity to improve. And if you look on that page, we are growing. Maybe minimal, but we're growing, right? We're improving, attendance is going up. And I put data on there. I'm not too sure if you wanted to be too public as far as with the data that's shared on the end of successes. But what we are doing is working, right? And the amount of shift that we want, it has to be strategic, right? If we do too much too fast, it's gonna throw off the balance, right? And I've seen that in schools. I've seen that in schools where principals try to do too much, and guess what? They're gone by December, because you're leaving people behind. And I always tell principals this: you can't go too fast, because you're gonna end up running by yourself. All your people are gonna be left back here dragging their feet. But thank you all for that.
Yeah, let me make my comment, and then I'll hand it over to Vice President Aspis. But in your presentation, there are several things that really are huge in terms of what we talk about. Almost at every board meeting, we talked about Yazzie Martinez, and we talk about language and culture. The language and culture is huge, considering that we have over about 96% of the Navajo population here. And me being us being products of CCSD, we didn't have that opportunity. And I think when we look at these things, I'm not seeing how we're about the Yazzie Martinez issues, or the culture or linguistics, those issues being brought up, the equity across the state. We had a long conversation this morning about how we have a unique population due to the circumstances that we live in, and due to, not because our children decided to grow up here, it's where their families are from. I'm from Sanasti, and we have homeless population, and we talk about the equitable education. I think when we're talking about some of these opportunities and some of the things that we address, we need to remember that we have a high population of our Navajo students, majority Navajo, that are homeless. And a lot of them, not as many as prior, but a lot of them come from multi-generational homes that have Navajo in it. The culture is huge. Like Vice President Aspis had mentioned, that we have families that don't want to leave because their tz'es are buried here. And when we talk about these different things, we also have to remember, because of our unique culture and the unique situation, that has to be embedded in some of these things. It's not just computers, just not just to read a book. It's not just to get something from the internet or upload software. We need to be more proactive about making sure that our children are having high self-esteem, knowing who they are, because I came from the city and I remember my kids, not my sons, but the kids that I taught, having an internal struggle with not knowing where they belong in society. Do I belong with majority white students? Do I belong in majority the Hispanic, Latino community? Do I belong at home with my native side? I mean, there was a constant struggle to figure out where they belong in their world. And we, as a school district, I think we really have to remember that our kids come from a very unique place, and that recognition and that the tailoring of our instruction, tailoring of how we're working with our kids needs to be done, because we have a very rich, strong culture that has different taboos, and it has different things that we need to remember when we're doing that. And I don't see that here. That's why I bring it up. I have to say, and especially when we talk about equity, when we personalize and we really make that identification and we really invest in our children and we make them feel welcome, some of these things that we talk about here disappear. The challenges go away. When we really invest in our children, we really make them feel welcome and supported, and we understand. When we say shiyaje, njono kote nanta, you make that effort, and we make that effort, and I think that's what I would like to see, is that we value our kids. I mean, that's the reason why we're here. And I want to see more of that. In terms of strategic planning, that was one of the things that we had talked about, and that was a couple of years ago, I think. And even last summer, we had those discussions. So there is a strategic plan that says that we have to do that we should be doing that. That's best practice for our community. Thank you.
You brought up about the director's report. I've never asked this question. Is that available to the public? No? It's just internal? Okay. Because that is a good report. And I usually try to go through it and then, get updated on things. But yeah, I was just wondering. Thank you.
Ms. Haskey, may I respond to the comments?
Yes, go ahead.
So I do, even though it's not like, specifically identified, right? But rest assured, we are very conscious in every effort that we make. For example, our behavior matrix that's in regard and addresses student discipline, we really take into account equity in there. I'm also the district hearing officer, and in the 2 years I've been that, we've only had one kid that has been expelled. Other than that, very focused on restorative justice, right? And being equitable with the way discipline is handed out, okay? Another thing is the funding. I'm always very conscious whenever I reach out to Bellamy, is this something we can do? If we have students who, in Bellamy's always like, this school has a high poverty index, the student, and then working with Amanda, these students have a high number of students with disabilities, or looking at the data with our LSAs and organizing the resources, so where we have a high number of incidents, making sure we're bringing our resources there. In addition, many of our schools that are on CSI status, they get the additional funding, and we're very intentional with providing PLC support for these schools who it's interesting that they also have high poverty index numbers, but they also have CSI schools. And that's why we make sure that those resources are going to those schools who need the most support. When I talked about that tiered support that I provide principals as well, I'd go to Newcomb a couple times, 3 times per month, not just for hearings, the bad part, but to check in on the teachers, to check in on the principals as well. So it's very intentional, right? The program, my education program was all rooted on equity, right? It's not a part of anything that I do, it's just embedded in what I do. So just rest assured that, making sure that our students with disabilities, our Ls, our students who come from low poverty index, and what's the 4th criteria? I just lost it. Disadvantaged, right? We are very intentional with how we divert our resources. Not only that, but our coordinators. The way that the support that is provided for our schools is strategically based on equity and making sure that we are meeting the requirements of the Ozzie Martinez. Not only that, but I keep hearing from Bellamy, hey, this is a high index. We need to make sure we divert more of our resources to this school. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one board member.
Okay.
Montoya.
I appreciate that. And to your comments, Madam President, really some of the things I've talked about when we talk about community schools is place-based education, and if we actually focused and looked at those things, that would be the anchor, quite frankly, of attending to a lot of these issues, because of that symbiotic relationship between the high poverty that we have in these communities, and then the scores and the schools being at the bottom. I mean, that's goes without saying, but then again, how do we utilize that community and the members in that community and place-based education to help? And again, for the point of the creation of the ICO, and I said this quite a few years ago, as far as going in there and helping to heal from the inside out. I think that's kind of part of what the ICO is trying to do when you look at graduate profile and these other things that they're pushing. And that's why I say that communication has to be omnidirectional within these departments and the administration and the communities, quite frankly, to be able to address these issues. And to Ms. Aspas's point one time a few years ago about how the schools and the school system itself becoming that hub and the justification to do what we do. So it's absolutely important. And again, I get both their points of the passion that they're coming at it and the angle that they're coming at it, because again, we have to use every resource that we can to change the direction and shift the paradigm of how we educate these kids in these communities. And that's why I'm such an ardent supporter about community schools and place-based education. To do that, we have to use those resources. We have to become partners with these communities in order to make that shift and that change. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions or comments? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deswood. Ms. Chappelle?
I just wanted to circle back on the progressive discipline question, which is a really important one. So thank you, Secretary Wells, for raising that. And also to say that CCSD is doing a really much better job on progressive discipline. I wanted to kind of accentuate why that's so important. Not only is it in the CBA and our policy, but it's also in statute. And so in statute, teachers and other certified staff and staff of educational institutions in particular are actually given a higher scrutiny in firing situations. So literally the statute and some case law that analyzes the statute goes into great detail about making sure you have progressive discipline. And there's 2 reasons for that. One is the statute and the case law says that folks in the educational setting go out for higher education to be able to be qualified for that, and we need them as a society. And so what the reason for progressive discipline is early on, it's to see if you can help give that particular employee more skills to grow your resource, one, and two, to kind of protect the fact that we have a shortage of folks in our educational institutions. So that's the first half of why that's so important. The second half is, if we don't have evidence of progressive discipline and we fire, we lose on appeal in the courts. And so it's also a really important liability consideration. But I do really want to applaud the school district on lots of different levels, have really upped our preparation on that. And also our investigation team, we haven't had that's relatively new, and that is another huge factor that helps us in that, because it helps kind of create a level playing field, so that when we do have progressive discipline or issues like that, it's not a he said, she said situation. It's actually an objective, not person involved in the situation, looking at the facts and then providing recommendations. So I just wanted to kind of accentuate that more, because the district has done a really great job on improving those issues.
Go ahead.
So, that's my deep voice. So the, on that particular item, stop me if I'm going over or, saying things that I shouldn't, but I'm trying to think of an analogy, trying to think of ways, but I'll just put it out there. So the reason why I'm saying the importance of, say, and I'm using the principal as an example, that position, and but if they don't know how that's supposed to work, say at work, I'll use this analogy, but say at work, my frontline supervisor, okay, he brings me in and this, but he doesn't do things right, so he jumps. So that's a step one procedure, and then a step two is his boss, which is like a manager, but he jumps to the mine manager level, and then says, "Oh, this." So how is that fair to me? And then so and I will point that out and say that. So that's what I mean. If things are not, and it's not my duty to educate my frontline or my immediate supervisor. It's not my duty. And so, and what if I had done something really bad and yet they can't do anything now because they didn't go by what was spelled out and what was done or negotiated. So that's what I'm saying. We need to, and then they get their big lawyers involved, and then they, these are $400, $500 an hour lawyer unnecessarily. And so, and me and my little union team were okay because it wasn't done right. And so, that's why I'm pointing those things out, and that we need to make sure that they're known, they understand, and that we save on unnecessary, costs, and then even just hardship.
Right. Ms. Haskey, may I provide comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And I think some of the comments that you made in there, so here's kind of how it came about. So last school year, right around February, March, I had a principal say, "Oh, I need to non-renew a teacher." And I said, "Oh, good luck. You're gonna have to wait till next year." Because that's part of the process is right? Punishment can't be punitive, right? And that's what this due process allows is, like you said, so you're not jumping steps, right? And that's where there's accountability. We have to go. For example, in my previous position, like I had a teacher that didn't want to write lesson plans, and well, it was a commitment that we did, right? So I provided additional support, and it got to the point where I was basically sitting there writing, differentiate, right, modify, accommodate. So I was sitting beside the teacher helping write the plans. Well, what ended up happening, there's two things that we look at is skill or will. If it's a skill that we don't know, then we need to provide that training. So then we document, we did the training, principals were provided training. So then we're trying to tease out if it's a will, because if it's the teacher just not wanting to do it or a principal not wanting to do it, then we put them on a growth plan. So that's starting the paperwork so that when it gets to the point of litigation, we have provided support, we provided training, it's documented, we provided a growth plan, or if it's egregious enough that it needs a predetermination letter, then per the board policy, per CBA, which Carol will tell you, we actually have better working relationships with our union, because one of them is this process allows, and it's due process, right? It allows the opportunity for an employee to have their say, as opposed to just saying, oh, you're done, you're out of here. That's why the situation I commented about the principal saying, oh, I need an non-renew. That's next year. Because it's an extensive process that we have to document that we're providing support. When I had teachers on growth plans, I had to document that I was meeting with them every 2 weeks and providing them feedback. Here's what I need you to do to improve. You're not meeting the expectations, then that can be considered insubordination. I hope that clarifies, Ms. Aspis.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Chappelle.
Really great explanation, and I just want to comment too that if you all recall, before we did restructuring, the use of progressive discipline was almost zero. I mean, there was some hit and miss, but it was really, all of that was combined in one kind of office / department. They ultimately anyway, and the concern there is that you literally had one person serving in all of the roles that Assistant Superintendent just mentioned. And so from that perspective, it becomes harder and harder to actually have progressive discipline, due diligence, any of those things, or even objectivity, right? And so there's, right out of the gate, there's a perception that there isn't objectivity because that one person was investigator, recommender, and ultimate kind of meter outer of discipline. One person for everything handled at the building level and at admin. And in our policy, if it's a building level issue and it's a lower level infraction or concern, that first has to be documented at the building level before it comes up to admin. And so I think our folks are doing such a much better job even helping folks understand what their jobs are and holding them accountable. And as we know from the union concerns we've had in the past, that's been one of the biggest ones, is that folks are worried about stepping forward and being penalized for bringing up concerns if we're not having this level playing field and giving and affording people that due process. So it helps on so many levels.
Okay. Not sure if lunch is here yet. Can you just wave at me when lunch is here, Sharon? Okay. I was being mindful of having a working lunch so that whoever wanted to go to the game this evening would have time to go to the game. So I apologize for not letting you all know that that was the reason for that. I think we should all go together as a collective team. Okay, next program.
So that would be Mr. Deswood again, and I'm going to ask Mr. Deswood and the other directors if we could try to whittle down our reports to about 3 minutes.
Okay,
And that's just
absolutely.
questions that can take whatever time board members need, but just the reports themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I did list the strengths on there. I won't read them all to you. But, you know, as you can tell, you know, that's support. That's kind of mentioned on the assistant superintendent report as well. Providing support, making sure our people are trained, making sure people are trained in the programs. So I'll just leave that up to, providing mentorship, right, to our new teachers, okay, making sure they have the skills to be able to do their job. Over on the weaknesses side, again, this one I kind of kicked it to the CNI team because I was working on the assistant superintendent one. So as you can tell, alignment to strategic plan, time to collaborate. Time, for some reason, time is always a weakness because there's only 24 hours in the day, and then there's only, 8 hours or 7 or 7.5, depending on your contract. Of course, targeted deployments for our L data, et cetera. And then, of course, last year we lost 2 coaches, right? And that's why we're kind of spread thin based on the size of our district and the number of students and staff that we have. That's why it's a weakness is we only have 4 coordinators. On the opportunities, as you can tell, you can go and read those if you have any questions. Building capacity with principals, APs, leadership team, et cetera, right? Systematic approach. And like I said in my report, right, the changes that we're making, they're not just happening by happenstance. They've been very intentional. So whenever you're basing your change on a 90-day plan, we're focusing on 2 areas in reading and math. So the changes and the data that we're seeing, those are the lagging indicators. Those are happening because of what we're doing on the front end of things, okay? And another thing is, shared leadership, right? As far as what we're doing here at SAO, because it's not just CNI, right? We're working together collaboratively and collectively so that, what we do has to benefit the kids. And that's why Mr. Carlson, as our leader, he really pushes us, get in the building, because visibility is key, right? As a building principal, when I was visible, my discipline decreased. Right? That's the message that that Mr. Carlson had challenged us to. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So just to save time and you're talking about, being there at schools and showing your presence and hopefully that's not being perceived as negative. And but just to save time and you're talking about time being a big issue for you. Do we need to extend your work week?
We already go quite a few hours over every day. But I think, whenever you really look and find stuff, right, time is just there, right? It's just communication too, right? You can't communicate enough. That's why it's listed there as weaknesses. Can we collaborate more? Of course we can, right? But sometimes, like, time prevents us collaborating. Distance prevents us from collaborating. But again, like we are consistently working on these issues, these threats and weaknesses, because that's what our 90-day plans are for. In fact, if you all would like to see our 90-day plans, we can share those, because that's what drives us to do our work. That's what makes me, when I go home at night, I feel good because I'm checking boxes off my list. In fact, my wife sent me a to-do list this morning, so I started checking boxes, right? The brain does something when we check boxes off. That's why when we have our 90-day plans and our action steps, when we check those off, like, we feel good that we're doing something. So that's why if you would like to see our plans, man, that'd be awesome, because it really identifies the work that we're doing, and the progress that we're making and aligning the work we're doing. So I'll go ahead and skip those. Of course, you can take a look at the successes as well. The biggest thing is, gosh, we moved 9 schools off of CSI MRI status, right? We have 6 now, right? But that is good for us as a district. That's good for the communities. That's good for the students and families. So what that means is CSI, comprehensive school improvement, right? That means either reading or mathematics, any of our subgroups that they didn't score, as well as the bottom 5% of schools in the state. So then they have status, ATSI. There's these levels of support. And I presented this in the spring, and I did identify that we did have 9 schools in the previous school year, and then we did come off, so then we only have 6 schools. And remember how President Haskey's question about directing funds, that's how we intentionally direct funds to these schools who need that support. So that targeted support, those dollars that we're providing, like I said, that FFE grant or that poverty index dollars, those are specifically directed to those schools. So a lot of times, many of our schools in Kirtland don't get those additional funding. So it's being directed to those schools who need that additional support. That's why in my report as well, one of the things I said is the funding, because once your school comes off that status, guess what? The PED is not gonna give you the $50,000 the next year. So that's why I put that as a threat, because those dollars, that's what helped us get off CSI status, and now it's being pulled. Okay, but if you look at a lot of this stuff, like a lot of the successes we have, right? It's just support. Like, you know, when you all went into your job, you know, oh my gosh, how do I do this? Where do I go for this? That's the support we're providing. And part of the thing is when we minimize and streamline the programs that we offer to, you know, the resources, you know, making sure that our teachers were trained in how to use them, trained in how to analyze and write, you know, action plans and look at the data to make decisions based on that. So if you look at that, those are the successes, and of course these successes are lagging indicators for all the good work that teachers are doing in the buildings.
Any questions for Mr. Deswood in regards to the curriculum?
I'm going to ask him to clarify for me. You've got down here the first 2, 22, 23, BOY to EOY. You got too many
Acronyms.
acronyms.
I
in there.
apologize. It wouldn't fit because it's, you know, that's 3 words. So boy means beginning of year. EOY is end of year.
Okay.
So, and these are reports that we provided to the board at the end. Actually, I believe in the summer, and then also Mr. Carlson and I also present this to the IEC committee, and then we've actually also shared this with the regional council for the Navajo Nation, because we're doing good things, and that's what that's indicating. And then our MOY is middle of year. Again, we had 16 out of 18 areas of growth. But I think the thing too is, like, it may be 3%, but 3% this year plus 3% next year, right? Have you ever heard the penny a day, double a day analogy, right? You know, we're essentially duplicating our efforts if we're doing 3%, 3%, 3%. It's not optimal, right? It's not the best we can do, but that's why we're pushing our people a little bit more. And in all honesty, if you really think about this, you know, every organization has some bad apples, right? The progressive discipline process, that allows us to either provide the support and our teachers adjust to our high expectations, right? We have high expectations for principals. Principals until have high expectations for teachers. Teachers then have high expectations for students, okay?
Well, excuse me. To me, and maybe this is just first I'm not close enough, and then I'm too close. the progressive discipline, the discipline to me strikes a negative connotation. I don't know, it's me perhaps, but it sounds like, I don't know how else to say it other than just has, for me, it has a negative connotation because,
Use an acronym.
It's punitive, right?
I don't think it's punitive.
I think it's-
Progressive discipline means like the first time you do something,
I
and then the
understand.
next time, it's the same, like you're doing the same thing, so you're not just doing the same thing and then having that same conversation that you did the first time and then allowing it to continue. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's meant to create a level playing field, right? So exactly to your point, sometimes we say grow or go. So it gives them the chance to grow. And if they don't want to grow or they can't grow, then progressive discipline enables us to safe more safely with less litigation.
I
terminate.
understand,
Yes, sir.
I understand the whole concept of it. It's just that
Sounds bad.
if the, if the teacher, or a student, you know, whoever you happen to be working with, if I hear discipline, it doesn't come up in my mind as a positive. Now, I understand we're talking here and we all understand what it is and what it means and the end goal desired, or the desired end goal, but, I don't know, just a thought.
And I probably should add that there are some situations where you don't have to have progressive discipline and you can fire immediately. And those are really extremely concerning situations like inappropriate contact or relationships with students. That's an immediate
Right.
no,
Right.
do not pass go. Embezzlement type situations, other things like that, destruction of property types of things. Those things you don't need to go through progressive discipline, and you can go straight to transition.
Well, either, whether it has to do with an administrator, a teacher, or a student, just the idea of discipline. I don't know, it has, growth plan to me sounds better. When I first looked at that progressive discipline, I thought, what are we disciplining for? And that, but thank you for your explanation of acronyms.
So may I add clarification on that? So there's a couple others, right? There's a growth plan. Mr. Volhurst did share, there's also a professional improvement plan, right? So
That
those,
sounds better.
right. So I think that might take a change in changing the vernacular of the legal folks over there, because that's how it's coded in the law. Am I correct, Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, you are correct. The statute literally uses progressive discipline as that term.
It's kind of almost when you put somebody on administrative leave, we've had that discussion before about how it's not punitive, but it's taken as being punitive when you put somebody on administrative leave to do an investigation. So I understand his point, and that's why I use that word. Punitive is taken that way, even though the intent can be used to progressively improve behavior or conduct over time. It's just the use of that word and how it's not just applied but received by the recipient. I think that's the point that Mr. Wells is trying to make.
It is, thank you.
You're welcome. I think Ms. Aspas said I'm her interpreter, so I just interpreted for you as well. And for everybody else, for that matter. Because sometimes just logic and simple speak is the easiest way to get it out there. But there's one word that I take issue with in respects to what Mr. Wells is talking about. When you had stated, Mr. Deswood, about pushing the employees, just as that. And again, I spoke to this a little earlier about the board setting the tone and creating the environment, because really, do we create an environment where we're just using that word as pushing employees? I mean, are they a cog in a wheel on a mountain bike, just to be used to be pushed because they can be? Or are we there to create environments of growth to develop individuals? See, therein lies the difference between the use of that word that you applied as pushing versus what I like to see where we, again, create that environment. And it's incumbent upon us to create that environment, so the superintendent utilizes that, just as you said earlier, and having that environment to create and develop individuals in these buildings, because we have people here that have been 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and they hear the word, now that it's been stated publicly, how we're going to push them. I think you get a lot of pushback with the use of that vernacular in these conversations, and we're not here to push people, but to grow and develop individuals. And again, as we said in our vision statement, about growing lives and improving lives. See, we're not here to push anybody. You push cattle up or into. We don't have cattle in these buildings. We have human beings that we're trying to develop. And quite frankly, again, I know it sounds like I'm taking issues because I do, because of the use of that one word to push people. We would like to see, and I saw nods of heads in agreement of when I said that, of creating that environment so the superintendent has that ability to do that just as well, and the administration understands that, and the principals understand that, that you have to work with these human beings in these classrooms that are impacting and affecting these kids' lives for the rest of their lives, not to push them. So, and again, we need to get away from that, again, to the point of making it clear what Board Member Wells was trying to say. And if it's in statute, it's in statute. But, and however, how do we use that? How do we utilize that to truly get the best out of these people in these classrooms to develop these kids? Thank you.
We need to provide an atmosphere where they desire rather than feel that they're being pushed, that they want it. I think that's a goal we should all be striving for. I hope that that's your goal rather than what your terminology implies. Maybe it's just my ignorance, I don't know, but I agree. We don't want to push them, we want to provide incentives for them to want it. And then we have learning, then we have growth.
Madam President?
Go ahead.
May I, and again, Mr. Wells, I thank you for that. I truly appreciate what you just said there, because when we had these back to school events at the three locations, I said very succinctly that the job of the educator is to tap into that human being that's sitting in front of them and get them to understand that they are better than what they are, to believe in themselves, bigger than what they are. That's that job of that teacher, to do that educator, that human being. And it's making that connection, building that trust, and once you have that trust, utilizing that responsibility to help them grow and be educated human beings. And again, if that educator doesn't understand that, maybe it's because of the circumstance of the principal in the building not understand it, because the directors don't understand that, because the superintendent doesn't understand that, maybe because the board hasn't set and created that environment for that to happen. And again, not to beat a dead horse, but that's why I take issue with the word push. But again, that's my point of saying that at those back-to-school events, is that these teachers that we have, the human beings, that human capital, that's really where the investment is. It's not chasing the data. And I've said several times before, the use of that word data, data, data. Click your heel 3 times and you get Star Trek. You know, but we have to look at the people that are in these classrooms and developing their talents and their abilities to get the best and the most out of our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
A comment. I wanted to point out another word you use, Mr. Deswood. And first of all, in my job, we've had people come out, and this was like maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and where a person came out and did like personality profile, and come to find out you're part of an organization, and there's I believe there's like 4 or 5 main personality type people, and the one I remember the most was driver, and I remember being that, being labeled that, or I tested to be, as a driver, and those people are the ones that just get it done, They don't look at they're just focus, and it really insulted me, because there was a supervisor there that's one of those and nobody likes. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, I really made me look at myself. And over the years, I have to keep looking at myself and thinking, how am I doing this? How am I saying this? Even up to where I'm partnered with another individual and a male electrician, and I had to tell him, me being the older, the journeyman, the experienced journeyman, I had to tell him, and some feminists may not agree with this, but I had to tell him that I hope you don't think I'm bossy. I don't mean to be bossy. I'm just here to tell you this is the way to do it. This is following code, or look out for this or that. And he's a veteran, and I'm really glad that his attitude is open, and he's like, he's learning and he accepts it, because I learned from him as well, because he has he has that mechanical side too. So I learned from him, and so, but had it been one to not be that way, I'm wondering where we would have been. And so, but I want to put that out there, and I know that there's people all around us that have that personality, and so, but the word that I wanted to talk about was bad apples. I think that you hear about students being bad, bad apples, but really sometimes you find out that they're really bored, and they're not unchallenged, and there's other ways that they need to be, where they're not bad apples. And I feel like it's not just at that level, student level, but all the way up. And so that's just my little comments on on using something like that. I feel like there's really no bad apples. It's just different, or they're unchallenged, bored, or they're not being heard. And I had a mother that was in a director's role, and she would tell me, you know, that sometimes people just need to be heard. I mean, you may not even do nothing, you may not even, but just the fact that you gave them some attention just to be heard, that, you know, that was enough.
Madam President?
Yes.
May
Yes.
I appreciate the analogy, Ms. Asmus, about the bad apple, because I don't know if everybody's heard the story about the blueberries. Anybody? Nobody? I see some strange stares. All right, so there was an individual who was given a presentation. He was asked to speak to a school. They had all the teachers in there, again, various years of experience in the auditorium. The gentleman came in as a business professional. He was trying to insert business into the educational system. And they were talking about discarding and challenges and those types of things, programs. And a teacher stood up in the back of the room and said, when you talk about production and growth and those types of things, these kids aren't blueberries. You don't open up the blueberry and pull out the bad ones and just throw them away. We don't have the luxury of throwing these blueberries away or the bad apples, because it's our responsibility to do everything we can to ensure by the time they walk out that door with that piece of paper, we have made every single attempt to do our job to educate them. And again, to the point of the blueberries and the bad apples, we don't get to pick, because we don't get to pick their environment that they come from. We have kids in this community who come from homes whose parents are using meth. Is that a bad apple? No. So again, the point is we have to create that environment for that gentleman right there to do the same. And if we don't do that, he can't do that. If he can't do that, you can't do that. The other directors can't do that. The principals won't get that because they don't understand that. And again, and that's what is important here, is we need to understand that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deswood. Next program.
Ms. Sutherland?
So I started at CCSD 9 years ago, and Vice President Aspis and I are the only two originals from 9 years ago. So I thought that was interesting. And then when we were asked to do this presentation, I found mine from 2016 for the board retreat. And I think that was, I was new, we had one, but then this was like a really big one that we had. And so it was
great opportunity to see the difference and from 9 years ago to now and how far we've come. So I thought that was cool. So we were also asked about how we serve the whole child. So we in SSO empower teachers, admin, EAs, parents, and board to achieve excellence in learning, teaching, leading, so that every child is healthy, safe, engaged, supported, and challenged. And we do that by evaluations, monthly trainings with the specially designed instruction, health offices, school-based health clinics, with all of them having IHS doctors. And we have mental health supports. Our
Ms. Sutherland, can I briefly interrupt you really quick? The food is here.
Okay.
I'm not sure everybody, if it's probably labeled. If everybody can get their food and then come back to the table, that'd be great.
okay, do you want me
Yeah.
to stop?
Yeah, if you could just stop for a
Okay.
moment.
Okay.
Don't all run at one time. Aspis is asking for a 10-minute break to eat. Are you all good with that? So that we're not on camera eating? Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break so that you all can eat before presenting. Thank you. let's get started. We're already.
Madam
by
President?
5 minutes, yes.
May I make a comment?
Sure. Okay.
So, some people know what I was doing for the past few months, and a lot of people don't. But since last year, the middle of last year, I was in the process of applying for a doctoral program to further my knowledge, as it were. And it culminated March 1st. So I started probably about the middle of the summer. And so I got an answer on March 1st by email. And the institution that I applied for was Harvard, their doctoral program. It was very lengthy, pretty heavy-duty stuff. And they accepted applications nationally and internationally. And I was one of the fortunate few to be interviewed for one of their cohort positions. They were looking at 25 people. So I was one of 42 people that I interviewed through Harvard and their professors. And I'm going to say, fortunately, I didn't get selected. I did not get selected. So I guess I'll still be staying here for a while. That's why I said fortunately. But it's a very rigorous process. And again, I know that's a very, very lofty goal, but certainly the opportunity was one, a very good learning lesson to be able to sit and listen, talk to these people from across the United States and some of them internationally, and the level of experience and expertise that they brought to the table that I was able to be part of. So anyways, I know there was very few people that knew exactly what I was doing, but that's what I was undertaking. So just want to let everybody know that.
Well, thank you for sharing. That's really great. I mean, even if you weren't selected, you aspired to that. And this is the first time, so there's always opportunity for next time. So.
Oh, yeah, and again, I know there's naysayers like, who in the hell is he to do that? But still, it's, like I said, being able to pick as one of the finalists to be interviewed and go through that process. It lasted 4 days. So, yeah.
That's good.
Thank you.
Great, yeah, congrats on being selected, so, to interview, so thank you for sharing that.
Appreciate it.
I think too, it's valuable to know, just as we say before, that it's important for people to see those of us in leadership, and then to hear that someone from here is actually applying, to Harvard, and then to be selected, even though it didn't pan out the way you wanted. It gives other people that confidence to where, God, I could do that. I could try that, and instead of, I think some have the idea that you have to have a certain last name or a pedigree or whatever, to get into those schools, and maybe if you had put Elizabeth Warren as your sister, that would have got you somewhere, but
Cousin, sister.
yeah.
No, I appreciate that, because you're absolutely right in that sense, that because I've had quite a few people tell me the same thing, that even just aspiring and taking that shot and then being selected as being one of the finalists, because like I said, these were people from public education departments from around the country at the upper echelons that applied for that program. People in business, So, absolutely. There's a gentleman who talks about not achieving a goal or something happening in diversity or adversity. And the first thing he always tells his colleagues, oh, you sprained your ankle? Good. Didn't get that job? Good. You failed? Good. Because what that does is create more further opportunity to do even better, to regroup, to recalibrate, to retrain, and to create more opportunity. So thank you.
Amanda is not here. Yeah, Amanda is not here, so, okay. And as superintendent had stated before, please limit your, if you have your PowerPoint, we can go through and look at those. If you can just like summarize what your department, your program is and what it's doing.
I think
That'd be
was
great.
Dr. Lopez next, or was Dr. Lopez? You were after Amanda. Well,
Well,
we don't
she's
have
not-
Amanda,
She's not here.
so
It's vacant. Yeah, if you could, yeah, just go ahead and proceed.
I'd like to say on record, I don't like following the committee type of meeting. Lessening the time and all that, I don't, but
I like structure, so if you can, continue.
Okay, good afternoon. My format is a little bit different than everybody else's because I think what I did is I just took each individual component, sub-department within our department, and I just highlighted everything that they do, that we do in each individual department. And we just, since we need to shorten it, I will go with what our goal is in each department. So the first goal for the bilingual multicultural education program would be to incorporate district PD to all the schools through the Canvas and be able to support our principals and teachers that way. And also creating a timeline for offering PAC meetings at all the schools, and try to attend some of those PAC meetings because those are required not only for our grant, but I know that there are for Title I. And so to work in collaboration with that through our BMEP. And also just to highlight some of the challenges that we have in order to meet those needs and in order to support all the new teachers. This year we have 17 new for National HB1 teachers, and then plus the new teachers that we do have elevations to work with them. So we only have one ELD coach to do that, and that is 7 secondary schools and 8 elementaries. And to say the least, is very challenging to do that. And so, we would like to increase that to be able to serve our teachers that do serve all our students in the district, and not just the ELs, but all students. And then just competing for PD days in the district, because we're very limited in the calendar with PD days. And I know every department has important trainings they need to do, but just competing with that time to try to train, because there's a lot of training that comes in with addressing the culture and the language and the needs for the ELs. If we go to the next slide for JOM, our goal.
Dr. Lopez, I'm here.
Okay, I'll let Berlinda, we're gonna highlight and just go through the challenge and your goal, please, because we only have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. We are done with the JOM application for next school year. It just needs to be approved by the board. We actually extended our previous contracts. We've been extending some because JOM does let us extend contracts because they want to make sure that all monies are spent. So those are finally spent, and most of our budgets right now are expended. So the other part is we have 6 IEC members. The part about JOM this year, the first time ever since I've been working with this grant for 13 years now, is that this is the first time we've had parental costs at an all-time high. So that's something to celebrate. We really helped out a lot of students. We received the National JOM Award 2 years in a row now, and then this year we got the Navajo Nation JOM Award 2, and it's specifically for the sewing, the coding and robotics, and then incorporating student leadership too. We've also funded a lot of field trips, and we supported the State Educators Rising Competition, the chapter from Newcomb High School. We've been supporting the robotics and coding programs at several of our schools. We also started a series called Life After High School for students and families. We also started the Navajo Leadership Program at 3 of our secondary schools. Our goal was to start it at all the secondary schools, but we're challenged with trying to get teachers to become sponsors. The other one is we created Unity chapters at 6 of our 7 secondary schools. And so they also have identified sponsors. We also increase the awareness of Navajo language and culture through some of our JOM initiatives, like the sewing. The sewing is really huge for our program right now. It's been really become well known. And then because of that, we supported all 3 middle schools with sewing machines. They wanted to start their own sewing program. So right now, all 3 middle schools have sewing programs. We also supported Navajo language tutoring to prepare our seniors for the Navajo bilingual seal. 10 of our Newcomb High School students did the assessments last week. We also have supported an after-school tutoring program for that same purpose, but we opened it up for middle school students too, from middle school into high school, so they could get additional Navajo language practice. We also assisted 236 students with the cap and gown program, and then we continue to fund for field trips in the areas of Indigenous theme, Navajo language and culture, and student leadership. We also have supported TBA's theater program. The theater program is well known. And then we supported the Kirtland's Central High School, Shiprock High School, and TBA band with instruments. We also have been increasing Navajo culture education events, and that's especially through the Navajo Heritage Teachers. And then we've been collaborating a lot with Dr. Harvey's program, the Safety Net, to increase more Navajo language and culture and holistic wellness and balance events and series. One of our challenges is that since this year was the first time ever we received so many parental cost applications, it was time consuming. So we had to request for additional help. And then encumbering funds is always a challenge, especially with the deadlines that are provided for us. So that's challenging for us. Let's see. The other part
Dr.
is
Begay?
communicating with, yes.
Dr. Begay?
Yeah.
You know, we had all of this information before, and are you comfortable in recapping, or? Okay, so I'm, as a board member, I'm fine with what we had before, but I would like to hear that same question asked by President Haskell to, as she did with our assistant superintendent. And I would like to hear that. On this other, information, and I can go back and look on it, but I'm pretty comfortable. But I would like to hear that question.
Dr. Lopez, the question I had asked was, what is your job in the school district? And what is your driver? Why are you here?
Okay.
So if you can just,
Make it short and sweet,
Yes.
to the point. Okay. My job as Director for ICO is to provide support for our coordinators and to help support all the initiatives that CCSD has to meet Yazzie Martinez. And in that, I help them also with some of the bumps in the road. Maybe there's a challenge and we're trying to do some initiative and there's obstacles. My job is to help them straighten out those obstacles and get that, our objective on the road to serve our teachers and the students. Also to look at the data and to look at timelines, make sure that we're on with the timelines and support them in their advocacy to go outside and do partnerships and bring that information into the district. And so I do a lot of that. We also visit the schools to let the teachers know that we're here to support them in whatever they do. When we walk in there, how can we support you? As you know, we have a lot of 520 teachers. So in order to facilitate their job and make things easier and give them tools, it's our job and my job to help them go in there and support those teachers in the buildings, to provide whatever training is necessary and look up training, what's it going to be beneficial, help keep up with their hours that are mandated for their 520 licensures, and how we can support those teachers, but also support the building principals in meeting what they've established as 90-day plans. And so we look at all of those components. And I always like to say that it's not just me, even though these are the things that I do, but in my department, it's always a team. We look at things as a team, we analyze things as a team, and we see what's going to be beneficial for the teachers and the students. And also to develop a Spanish curriculum, because I know we haven't had one, so we're working together to develop that Spanish curriculum and to meet those mandates and follow the curriculum from the Navajo Nation, make sure that we have access to all of that. The driver, since I entered school as a monolingual Spanish speaker, there was no such thing as bilingual teachers during my day. If that's going to age me, so be it, but there weren't any. And so there's a lot of challenges for our students that come in as ELL learners and as having a lack of understanding of the culture and the language. And so that's my driver, to help build on that, to help teachers understand that, to help the district understand that this is a vital piece of what constructs the whole child, especially in our district, because we are 95% Diné. And we have small pockets. We have pockets of Filipino students that are coming in. We have biracial students that are coming in. And so our job as the ICO and the community is to try to bring that awareness and support for those teachers. And that's what we do.
so a follow-up to my question. So I see ICO as really the heart of the school district. All the different components are attached to your department because of language, culture, the homeless students, the advocacy there. You have all these different areas that are very critical in a school district. So in terms of your work and your staff, what they're doing, and with being transparent here, do you feel that you have the support from the other departments? Because I know that we have SPED students that also get services from you. We have athletes that get services from you. Are our other programs really utilizing your program effectively? Are we, or are we just, again, staying in silos? In your estimation, just in your opinion, because I think it's critical to know if what we're doing currently is working for our students, or we need to continue to find that I guess, happy medium to help our students. Because your critical role, your department's very critical in all of what we do to provide services to our most disadvantaged students. And then also with language and culture, so.
I believe that we're in the step with the right direction. We are establishing a strong communication and dialogue with CNI. As Mr. Deswood mentioned, we are in continuous conversations and trying to meet that. Do we have work to do with the other departments? Yes, we do. We do meet with them at times, but I think as with anything, we can build on those. And so we continuously offer our services, and we try to collaborate in social emotional wellness that Dr. Harvey puts on with HR. They do have a person in there, and so she communicates with them. But I do believe we have a lot of work still to do to establish that within our district. Mr. Carlson is always open to me going into his office and advocating, and Mr. Deswood answers my emails as soon as he gets them. So we're in the step to the right direction, but we still have a lot of challenges for that.
Thank you for your
Comment.
your
I think Mr. Wells wanted to make one before I did, so let him go,
Okay.
please.
But thank you for your comment. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wells.
I have a question rather than a comment. What mechanism do you have? What mechanism is there? Because I won't point this directly to you. What mechanism is there in place? You have said several times that to meet the needs of the teachers, what they need. What mechanism is in place for you to learn those needs?
We do, or I do, I look for other trainings, but we also bring in the culturally linguistically relevant instruction with Dr. Hawley. We have a partnership. We bring him in every year to help all the teachers in the district to learn that. We also have 4Ed consulting with Mia Allen to also bring that in, and we've extended that to upper administration, and we've had some upper administration attend that. We have conferences on the homeless that Dr. Harvey has attended, and we're always willing to share that knowledge that she brings in with that. We also have a lot of PD that we send teachers to gather more strategies. And Elevations is a program that we paid through with our department that works with teachers. That's why that ELD coach, because she goes into the buildings with teachers that are in need or teachers that principals identify to help them go through that, look at the testing for that child, help set goals for that child to make sure that they're meeting that. And then it has a monitor in there for the teacher to look at the monitoring to see how that child is progressing. Does that answer the question, Mr. Wells?
Well, I'm sure it does. I just didn't understand it all.
I can explain it to you in Spanish later if you want.
Okay. Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
There's a comment that you made, Madam President, and that's the heart of the district. Because again, they're the ones going into those communities, they're the ones going into those schools. And we have seen time and time again, the amount of time that they spend in the off hours in these communities, setting up these programs, setting up these this trainings, whether it's for the teachers, whether it's for the family members, whether it's for the students. I just commend them for everything that they do, and to the assistant superintendent's comment about how many miles he puts on his vehicle each month. I mean, with all due respect, I think that pales in comparison to what these people do out of that department every single day to provide those services. And again, I made this comment to the superintendent not too long after he came on was that they keep us out of trouble. They keep us compliant. And especially now in the time when we're dealing with Yazzie Martinez and even Title III in respects to the application of how that law is used for English language learners. And again, compounded with the decision through Yazzie Martinez, what we have to do in order to stay compliant, I think is really, they need to be commended for the efforts that they bring and take on themselves every single day of the school year and even through the summer to try to provide those services for our students. So for that, thank you very much to you and your staff.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, I really didn't want to comment on this ICO because you're going to hear the true,
Okay.
my true feelings and with all that's been said, for me, I feel that PET's not even compliant when it comes down to the accountability of Yazzie Martinez. They don't even know. And then it seems though, when it comes to it, just as I referred to the Indian education committees that came from, to Bon Wilson and I forgot what was the other one, LSFC.
LFC.
And so those two committees, when they came down here, it seemed like the only ones that really had a good presentation was our district. And then the other one that gave a half arse one was two other districts, but they didn't pay any attention to them, and they weren't made accountable. So, I feel that, and that was why a few months back I asked, that I really want to dive into ICO and see what it is and what it is about. And through that, I got a better picture. But still, from what I see when I go to these conferences, the association that we are part of as well, I don't want us to just be compliant. If there's some things that we can do better or and I think this is an area where it is going to take more than being just compliant. We're going to have a heart and a passion in it. And again, I go back to when you look and when you read about Yazzie Martinez, it doesn't just say Native. It says at risk. And as far as I know, that defines and describes a lot of our students in the area. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, and I just want to add that to that, Ms. Espis, thank you for asking that, because in our department, we do spend a lot of Saturdays, a lot of evenings in those activities, and the coordinators in ICO, they do go above and beyond. I know a lot of times Dr. Harvey is telling me, okay, I'm gonna go here, I have a meeting with capacity builders, I have a meeting, and she's always establishing those outside partnerships. And so we try to bring that in and bring them into CCSD to serve our students, because like you said, it's not just one, but it's all. And I think that's what we do in our department. And then even the way we combine the equity policy, which today kind of helped us. We had already included community schools in there, which is the initiative, and that allowed us to continue to apply for that grant to serve those two schools and all those students in that area for those two schools. So we do have a lot of activities. I know Ms. Benally's not here, but she also does a lot of Saturday trainings with the admin and the teachers when we do the ELL with Miss Allen. So thank you for that question.
I also like to thank your department for what they do. I think it's often overlooked because your department is actually really equalizing the playing field for those students that you're serving. So the people that you're serving, the homeless students, they have all these other challenges, and by your department providing those services, you're giving that child an opportunity to be at the table with all the other kids, which should not even be an issue, but it is. So I really thank your department for doing what they're doing. I also think it's a reminder when we as a school district, we talk about, about our different programs. We have to remember one of the things that I think I had brought up before about services in the school district, and we had talked about wraparound services and treating each child as individuals and providing all those services. I think when we work in silos, we're not treating the whole child. We're not providing that holistic approach. And I think this is a really good reminder that regardless of what department you're in, this is the department that needs to be at the table when we're having conversation in all these different things. The challenges that our students have are not isolated to just one department. They all intersect at some point. And, pride set aside, I think whatever ego, whatever is there to keep you from reaching out to other departments, I think this is a perfect reminder of why me truly despise silos, working in silos, because it's important for each of our children to have those services. Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
So I appreciate that. And again, I have to thank Ms. Aspis for bringing up a point in respects to the comment that I made about compliance. And here's a fine example. When we were at Bond Wilson, it was said publicly, and one could infer even from the comments of why a couple of school districts even had to comply. So, and they're next door neighbors. Fancy that. With the high population of Native American students and at-risk students, period. I'll just use that one to qualify it. But the point and the adulation that I give to that department, and again, it's being exuded here, is that not just compliance of minimally achieving what the law states, but they have proven time and time again with the arduous work that they're doing that the fact that we even have that department is saying we're going above and beyond in being able to provide and trying to achieve equity, truly trying to achieve equity across the entire district. So again, I can't say enough that I truly appreciate what it is. And again, in my humble opinion, whatever we can do as a board to ensure that those services are adequately being provided, to Ms. Haskey's point of the heart that has to be maintained, has to be taken care of, all those things that are entailed in keeping that heart strong, I think we certainly need to do that. So again, to you, and I remember running into Ms. Harvey that one day. I was sitting in doing some reading and expanding my cranial cavity, but she comes walking in. And so she told me she was working with a group and an organization, again, just constantly going above and beyond to service our children and our students in all our communities. So again, for that, I appreciate it, and I thank you very much.
Mr. Switch?
Thank you. Mr. Michael Switch here, District Athletic Coordinator. I do want to, and I appreciate everyone's help here on the school board. I just want you to realize how much the athletic department is very appreciative, ICO. A good example of what we're talking about is what we've done, what you have done to give our students the opportunity to compete, not at the local level, at the state level, now the district. As you know, the students at Shiprock High School, I work closely with ICO to make sure our students have that opportunity to compete. And as you've heard it from both of our superintendents, we have students that can compete at the highest level when it comes to academics. And I reach out to ICO, and I appreciate the work they do, providing them the opportunity to have these experiences where they can gain life experiences for them. To see the smile and the happiness and the gratitude they have when they do so well is it's hard to put in words, and I appreciate that. And also the work they've done the last 2 weeks where I've reached out for ICO to help some things that have happened within our school communities. They've been very supportive and very helpful. So on behalf of the district athletic department, we appreciate what they do for our community, our schools, and for our students.
Thank you. Thank you for your words. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. We appreciate your work. So thank you. If there aren't any other questions or comments, we'll move on to the next program.
We'll go back to Ms. Sutherland.
Thank you. So I'll just go back. So we were told to do the 3 minutes, so I wrote mine down. So we empower, and as student support, we empower teachers, admin, EAs, parents, and board to achieve excellence in learning, teaching, leading, so that every child is healthy, safe, engaged, supported, and challenged. And how we do that is through our evaluations, our monthly specially designed instruction trainings, health offices, school-based health clinics, which are through IHS with doctors, pediatric doctors. We have the School Health Advisory Council, and then of course the safety LSAs and all departments that we work with. I do want to say that I think I'm so most thankful that you guys went the direction with the lead safety advisors, because not only do they do the investigations, but these kids that they're helping with the mental health issues and the communication that we all have now is amazing. So it's making a difference. I think that we're most excited to be at a board retreat again, because it's been a few years, but this is just a great way to get to know the department and to get to know us, and by our actions and our work, where we can show you that our department maybe, I will say that just something for the board to consider is that we all work hard in all our departments, but it just seems like lately, or the last few months, that you guys, and you probably don't even know you're doing it, but you really do praise the ICO, which is great, because we all think they're great. We all work really well together, but then it's like, we're all working together. And I actually have an example later, but just something to consider, that because people watch and are listening, and then they're not getting the same accolades. And so just something to point out. So anyway, when I first started, I was transparent about my vision as a leader to build a team, because I had seen that modeled through teaching or as an EA, like to have a team where you would see the culture that everybody, maybe they just were on the same page, the same vision, and they were motivated with each other. And that's always been my goal. And I think that SSO is there, and I think it's because of we're not a lot of turnover, but we trust each other, and we feel like comfortable talking to each other. And I wanted to say that's crossing over to cabinet as well. like I said, Christina and I have been through this. We've seen a lot. We've been through a lot. And I think that with Mr. Deswood and, of course, Mr. Carlson, it's made a total difference. So I wanted to reference a movie I just watched, and it's Boys on the Water. Bear with me. I won't give details, but it's about the Olympic row team during the Great Depression. And it was about, like, you go from being one rower to 8 in a boat, but then you have to become one with the 8. And I think that we're getting there. I think that with Steve being the coach, and there's total, I mean, you guys are doing great, and there's a total change with Mr. Deswood being at the lead. We're all in it together. So I have an example of that, and I can't give detail because of FERPA and everything, but, and I'll personally say that I've been the most supported in my career by these two. So this year has been so rough, like with the, just challenging my professional knowledge and things, but Steve's had to listen to me cry a couple of times because I just felt like so helpless, like, am I doing this, you know, am I failing? And then Mr. Deswood, the same thing, but he's really great about getting you out of the emotional and why. So I knew why, and it wasn't happening, but they believed in me and trusted in me, and we all came to the table. There was, at one time, every department was there, and including ICO and Candace and her team, transportation. We all were there, and the goal was we have to be honest, we have to give the truth, whatever it may be. We have to give our opinions on what is best. And there were so many people making a decision for this situation, and now it's ended up well. We went the right direction. And if any point this district made a difference in the life of a family, this was it. And it wouldn't have happened if you didn't have the people in the rowing together. So that was that. And then I think that's it for my passion is that I feel like I've chose this path of a career. I wanted to be, I've said this before, I wanted to be a kindergarten teacher, and then it just threw me over into special ed world. But I'm passionate to advocate for not only students and families, but teachers, principals, and you know, I've been called a Pollyanna more than once, but I know that I will fight for a family, I'll fight for a student, and it may not go well with people, but that's where I am. And I have, it's funny that you said that about the pride. I have a sign in my office that I've had for years, and it's, your ego is not your amigo. Sometimes it hurts and you get bruised, but you just have to move on and you have to grow, and that's my speech.
So what does Pollyanna mean? First of all,
I think it means that I'm always, I lean towards the positive side, like always looking at the good side, but I stand by it sometimes, but I think I'm also, I've had to eat crow. And I've had to say, like, okay, maybe this wasn't the best idea, and when it counted, I think I made good decisions by standing up and advocating for families and just using my knowledge.
that's good to hear. You know, we're not perfect, and but earlier, you know, it was talked about disadvantage and handicap, and to me, this point in my life, I would never thought that this would really mean something to me, and but I have a little granddaughter that's in a wheelchair, and she is she's so independent, and And for that reason, my eyes have opened and my ears have opened more to that. And I'll be one to admit, I mean, as long as I've been with the board, all of a sudden, my eyes open. She last year, she was kindergarten, this year's first grade. And so, coming into a school setting and then hearing some of her disadvantages, has really been a teaching experience for me as well. And so, we got a report last month during one of our meetings, and where a student, because there was a bolt missing in the wheelchair that they couldn't transport. And to me, I know what it's been reported by transportation that in order for parents to transport their student and then be compensated, they have to have insurance and all this and that. So what if the parent didn't meet those requirements? Then the student is home, because of one bolt. And so, things like that. And in the era of Yazi Martinez, it shouldn't be that way. That is a at-risk student, a disadvantaged student, and one thing that I did remember from the committee meetings held at Bond Wilson was there was a lady there that asked about special ed, and there was nothing there that no growth, nothing. And so I don't know as far as separating it now to legislatively. I don't think we've really heard all that entails, but maybe that, I mean I'm sure that needed to happen to get people to start opening their ears and their eyes and but there, we can, I think we get lost in, I don't want to say that your priorities are probably more, more paperwork than me as a board member. I'm looking at it as my little granddaughter. And as a child there that needs extra help. And so I just wanted to point that out, and maybe that's something that we need to keep in mind.
So, just to go to your original, without giving too much identifiable information, in general, if it's a prescribed anything like medically prescribed, then the schools aren't allowed to purchase them. So we can't purchase medication, can't purchase prescribed equipment or anything like that. So, and students, if it's a specific outside agency grant, you could so that was the other part, we would collaborate and then give the appropriate outreach to that family. For what I know is that it didn't meet the criteria to ride the bus, but the student has the access, and that's why we do the feeder route. Doesn't meet the criteria on the bus, and our social workers work with families and are trying to help get them set up through other ways. We have liaisons that could take students to appointments, we can't take parents to appointments through ours. That's why ICO is so good, because they, you know, we can refer it out and then they use their resources as well. And most of the time, some of our resources are different. And then, but we try to, you know, keep that on, and we'll go over, maybe my strengths and weaknesses too. As well.
Okay,
And I think it really, for all of us, our eyes open only when it's there and, you know, it affects us, or, you know, such as my little grandchild that, you know, and it took her to make me open my eyes.
Secretary Wells?
Ms. Aspa's talking about having her eyes opened and her ears opened, which is something we all need to do. But what happened to Ms. Aspa's? She had her heart opened. And that's what each one of us in here needs. And when we have that, then the needs of the kids that we are here to serve become a priority. We need to have our hearts open. Not just our eyes and the ears, Ms. Aspas, but that opens your heart. And then we can become effective in each of your departments, in our responsibility as board members. We need to not only recognize, we need to feel the needs. We need to feel the pain of the individuals and the families. And when we do that, then we can serve, which is what we're here for.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
To both Mr. Wells and Ms. Aspas, I truly appreciate your comments. You know, laws, regulations are set up for boundaries. But then you start getting into these questions of what is morally and ethically correct, to the point of providing the service to that child so they can also be served equitably. I would much rather be scolded for doing something right like that than denying them that opportunity. I mean, because how damn hard would it have been just to take care of that issue for that child? Get them on the bus. Seriously. I'm not getting after anybody here in that respect by saying what I'm saying, but I'm just saying that to the vastness of the PED and their laws and their regulations, for anybody for that matter, to do something right for these kids. Whether if it's a kind gesture, a piece of equipment, a gift, a reward for their efforts and their time, and damn anybody who does that for them. People that are questioning that are the ones that are wrong. It's just like they say about people that are offended. The ones that are offended are the ones with the problem. And if we're truly here to serve, as Mr. Wells says and Ms. Aspas says, then we need to do the right thing. To hell with a little relation or whatever confines us to do the right thing. We just need to do the right thing. In the end, to the point of what was brought up a little earlier about being Pollyannish, you talk about somebody who's eternally optimistic. I am. But at the same time, I'm also realistic to that extent of what we can achieve and what an individual can't achieve. And in one of the conversations with one of the professors, and call it interrogation that I had to go through, but I had told him, because we were talking about confidence. And I said, I'm so confident that I can tell you that I don't know. I'm so confident that I can tell you that I don't understand. I can tell you with absolute confidence that I don't have the knowledge. Show me, teach me, guide me, and I will learn. And he looked at me and he said, I wish more of my colleagues would do the same thing. I said, you know why they don't? He goes, no, why? I said, because it would diminish them. And how much pride people have to say that they don't know. Because it diminishes them as a human being, because they're the ones supposed to know. They're the ones who are supposed to have that knowledge and that understanding. I said, but the bigger problem is their ego gets in the way. That it will not allow them to do that, rather than saying, hey, help me please, somebody. And I think that's one of the biggest problems that we have, not just in an educational institution, but in society in general. I embrace my ignorance. I don't use it to demoralize. If I don't know, I don't know. I'll go ask. That's how I built my house. I'm not a carpenter, but I built a 3,200 square foot house. Go to the people that know. You surround yourself with people that know better than you. So that's my 2 cents worth, 7.5 adjusted for inflation.
And thank you. I also echoed the same sentiments as my colleagues here. I think that in the work that we do, you have to ask yourself that question. Do you really love your job enough that you could sacrifice if you weren't being paid for it, will you still sit at the table to do the work that we do? Because we're impacting children, we're impacting lives. We are what these children have to help them grow and become whatever they're going to become when they leave our school district. If people aren't here with the heart for our children, for these children, they don't belong in education. They don't belong here sitting at the table with people who truly care about the welfare, well-being, and growth of all these children, of our children. And we have that responsibility to our children, to our community. And I see it as a huge responsibility. And I will hurt people's feelings for it, because these are children and we are the voice of the children. We are speaking for these children. They depend on us. The families that can't advocate for themselves are depending on us to advocate for them. Yazi Martinez came about because a couple of parents decided they finally had enough and they advocated for themselves. It took 2 parents who loved their children and were able to be brave enough to come and speak up for their children. When we think about our communities, and especially the trauma that our communities have gone through with boarding schools being shut down, trying to assimilate our parents into this round box, this square box, that you think about the challenges these parents have. All our parents have these challenges. Not only are we economically disadvantaged, not only do we have, some of us have limited education, we've been pushed down where we're not going to ask how to best help our children. We're just going to take what teachers, people give us. And I think that when we look at the whole picture, and if that was your child, what would you do? If my child were sitting at the bus stop and the bus driver would not take my child because of a missing bolt, what would I do? We have to stop putting ourselves in the little square box and think outside the box and really start looking at how we are behaving and how we are just accepting what we're being told. And when I think about JOM and I talk about JOM and we look at disallowable costs, things that are allowable, and I say, like, tell me your vision, tell me what it is that you really want to get out of it. It's really about how the grant is written. really about how you're writing, what you're really doing, and then it could become allowable. And I think we're just stuck in this rut where we just accept what we're being told and we're not looking beyond what the possibilities. We are our own limits. We are our own security. So I think I challenge you, and I say that with ICO because they have been challenged with all these different things, and I commend them for it, because instead of just being happy with providing X amount of services to their students, they have gone out and gotten grants, all these different type of grants to meet the challenge of what our school district is being faced with. Having our homeless rate being multiplied by 700%. I wouldn't be happy if they just sat there and they just allowed our kids to continue to get homeless and then not do anything about it. They have stepped up to the challenge and have decided, okay, if the school district, the state, the feds can't help me in this situation right now, we are going to write for grants. We are going to meet with different partners. We are going to go out of our way to find funding to help all our children. And I think that would be the biggest takeaway from all of this. I wouldn't look at it as being chastised, but I would see it as a challenge for each of our departments to step up, especially with the different things that are hitting our school district right now. I wouldn't criticize another department to say they got more or they got this, that. I would just really look internally and say, where can I improve? What can I do? What have I not done that I could do? And how could I do things better? What have I not tried? I think that's the challenge that I have, that I say and I put out there for everybody, because we are shaping lives. And if we don't step up to the plate, then our kids will suffer for it. And you can see it now. The things that happened years back with all the shifting and, with superintendents, with leadership, everything, you can see it today, the result of what's happened to our children. And we're trying to right the ship right now and having these frank conversations and not trying to be critical, but just as a reminder. I mean, we appreciate every single one of you for being here at the table and listening and really taking the feedback. But I really challenge each of you not to take this as criticism, but the challenge to really think bigger. The things that we could do, and we as board members never thought that we would be advocating at the state or at the federal level if we didn't have the plant closures, if we didn't have the whole situation with impact aid, if everything did not fall on our shoulders at that time, we probably wouldn't be here. Most school boards are not sitting and doing the things that we are doing because we got challenged. They were like, okay, this is what's happening to you guys. And we could just sit here and just rest and do whatever other school boards do, but we're not. And I think that's the challenge I have for each and every one of you. And that's a conversation Superintendent and I had before too. So I do appreciate every one of you. And I'm not criticizing any of your work, but I challenge you to really think inside and really find out if this is your true passion to help children. If it's your true passion to be here, to be helping children and shape people for the little kids that we have, so that they can run the country tomorrow. Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
In respects to compliance, I want to give a real quick analogy. It's a true story. I'm sure everybody's heard of the Titanic, right? Well, up until that time that accident happened, the standard for the ships were to have enough lifeboats on that ship to where if the accident happened, then they can take care of it. And a number, arbitrary number I'll use is 2,500. Well, when the Titanic was built, it was 4 times bigger than any other ship that they had at that time in modern history. Well, compliance with them was whatever the limit was at 2,500, that's what they had on that ship. And they actually had the foundation on the Titanic to hold additional rafts to service the 10,000 people that they had on there. So when it hit the iceberg, guess how many people survived? It's 25% that they had. The other 75 they didn't have perished and died. So that's what compliance does, and that's what I was saying to Ms. Asmus's comment above about compliance. We're doing what the law says, but then again, with our departments and ICO, we're going well above and beyond to service these kids that need that, the at-risk kids. And again, to the point of what Ms. Haskey's saying, as educators, as individuals, as a board, as a school district, that's what we owe these kids, is to go above and beyond to service them, not just because the law says that, but to do what is ethically and morally right to take care of them. Thank you.
And,
Go
and I
ahead.
understand, and that's the double-edged sword of special education. We're bound by federal and OCR. There's so many requirements, right? And that's why I thought it was important to put the determination in there. It has a matrix of what we have to do. There's ways, and I think there's just miscommunication of how this works, and I think that it started off with misunderstanding of what was taking place and whatever, but I am charged with not only the advocacy of students, parents, families, teachers, admin, all of us, but also doing what's right, and that's what I think that is my passion. And so I think our department works really well with the other departments, especially now, and compliance is a big thing though, and so I'm here to serve the board and the superintendent and the family, so whatever direction that is, that's what I have to do. And
Thank you.
If I feel like I'm getting pushed to somewhere I can't go, I'm gonna stand up for it. You'll know I'll stand here in front of you and defend it, but at the end of the day, you guys are Mr. Carlson's my boss, so I'll have to decide to do whatever, is right. So that's, I appreciate the feedback, and thank you for listening and hearing what I said, because I didn't know how else to say it, but I thought it needed to be said, and so I appreciate it.
No, we appreciate your candor. Thank you. That's how you feel. I wouldn't want you to say anything that was not heartfelt or authentic. So thank you for your truth. Thank you. Next.
Quickly, I believe you should know, because you're an elected board member yourself. And so I think you know where we're coming from, because you're also in this seat, and you have constituents and you have people that are looking at you as well, to make sure, their children are taken care of. So, thank you.
And that's why, I have to advocate for people, or our team, or people that are under us and stuff. And it's like that. Like we just have to be balanced, I guess. And like I said, you may not even know that when that department's brought up that it seems, but that's how it feels. Right or wrong, we all agree that that's a great part. We partner with them. We sent liaisons. We sent kids. We work with them. We have bi-weekly meetings with them to collaborate on the mental health side. That's the good stuff that's happening, and stuff. And I think everybody is working hard on that. And we hear what the vision is, and we hear what the alignment should be. And we've been working on it for years. So we know, and that's why I think I'm trying to articulate that we've been trying to turn the curve, all of us, and we've been trying to change the boat, but I think we're finally making it around that corner, and we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel now, because, and I'll say it and say it, but I stand behind Mr. Carlson and Mr. Desmond, not just because of what they've done for me, but because they're just good at their job. They're good at it. They know what they're doing. They handle things so well. And like I said, the support, we cannot do all of this and without the support of everybody working hand in hand. I know with the mental health, not only is our department we don't struggle, but dealing with students with disabilities, but then you have all the mental health that comes with that outside of students with disabilities. Then there's the mental health. All these kids are like in crisis. They've been before COVID, and now we're seeing it again. And then the medical, there's weeks where we're dealing with EMS coming and the behavior crises. And so we're all just working together, because it takes every department to deal with something, to deal with an issue that stems from Mr. Deswood, or email or a text that comes out. We're all just trying to react. But I think one word that used to describe CCSD was reactive, but I think now we're getting past that, where we're thoughtful and the processes and the systems are getting in place. Yeah, we can always revisit things, but it's there. I know that we have Devin and David and Switch, and they're part of our team, but I think that sometimes we don't look at David and Devin in the respect of how much knowledge and the policy and the systems and processes, because that's why they're valuable in meetings. Their brain is, in my opinion, is set on policy and training and stuff, and I think that helps all of us remember that and get back down to just falling into process. Peter and I say that all the time, like, we just got to fall back into process. What is that going to be? What's our system? And let's follow that, because then we're consistent and being equitable, and we're helping kids. And I think that's the most important thing, is that, like I said, we're helping kids. And the situation I said was a big one, and off camera we could probably talk about it, but it made a huge difference, and it wouldn't happen without everybody. Sorry, I rambled.
No, thank you.
Next, we have a gentleman who needs no introduction. Oh, I'll give him an introduction. It's Mr. Devin Verholst with Safety Department.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to take some time just to kind of go over some of the safety stuff. Everything that has transpired since 8 o'clock this morning with the group, I commend the communication and those conversations that have been had and the frankness of all of that, because everybody in the room has taken that stuff seriously in every single department. For the safety department, everybody that sits at the table here, we've worked with everybody here, from the board, superintendent, assistant superintendent, finance, Essers, Bellamy, ICO, the whole gamut, IT, making sure that how we move forward in the district with our improvements where we're seeing gaps, all falls down to bridging those gaps to where we have better communication with departments, better communication with getting data and retrieving that data, so we have the most current, accurate information possible to push that information up the chain of command, so the decisions can be made, so help can get made, so services can be provided for these kiddos. So as you're going to see in this quick presentation is the upgrade to the cameras on the buses. We've had numerous incidents on the buses, but unfortunately, we don't have, sometimes, a lot of the times, we didn't have that data. The camera systems are antiquated. This system will be, falls right into the same stuff that we're doing when we're upgrading our system with the digital watchdog. It'll all be one, imagine you logging into your computer, that first screen that pops up, every single school will be there along with every single bus. So that information will be at a tip of your fingers to where you can pull that information up, extract that data, and then push that information forward across to where it needs to be, and then get those kiddos help. You know, get the information to the principals so the principals can have those conversations with parents and all of that type of stuff. So that connectivity is extremely important to us, as you know, because our district is so wide, it's vast, right? The second stuff that we're doing is upgrading the visitor management system. Earlier on in the meeting, we were talking about, you guys all know that we have the Raptor system. That's where you go and you check in, and the accountability of people signing in, signing out, that type of stuff. But adding the emergency management system to that is kind of like Rave or Revna or some of the other districts that are using that. Before we pulled the trigger on committing to this, we wanted to make sure that it all talked to one another and it interfaced with one another. This system does that. We didn't want to have a hodgepodge of, okay, we have a panic button that doesn't talk to Rave, and then Rave and teachers or something hitting the Rave button that doesn't talk to Raptor, and so forth. All of this is they all work together, and it's a one area, one push of a button. If you see an emergency or if you want to lock something down, you'll be able to have it on your phone. Teachers will be able to have it on their phone, but it'll be on their desktop, overcoming all of that hurdle out here. So we'll be implementing that and rolling that out systematically to where, we hope it will be flawless, but it's always tough to learn these new systems. But it's very self-explanatory and it's simple. It's simplistic. That was the whole reason behind committing to going with this platform. You guys know that we are implementing the vape detectors. Shiprock High School is almost complete with that project, and then we'll move on with the other ones. But that interacts with our cameras and it alerts, and then those cameras, automatically pick up on that, and then that information is collected so we can get to those kiddos in real time, help them, get them to the nurse's office, make sure that if there was anything going on with any other type of substances or anything like that, we can get them evaluated, then they're on our radar, and then we can get them help and moving them forward with social services and that type of stuff within our school district. So we already kind of talked about, as you may or may not know, we have our licenses for our radio communications. The licenses are good now for 2033. Okay, so that was very important for us to have that. We're starting to build the equipment has finally come in to build all the repeaters. Okay, so you're going to start seeing or hearing about those repeaters being installed in our schools. So that'll boost all the communications with our radio systems, with the towers, and all of that. So continuing with that theme of the communication.
Is that the part of the 5G?
No, ma'am. This is part of our radio frequencies through.
This is through FCC, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's what that's going to be part of. So we're building those boxes and those boosters because of the materials in some of our schools, you can't hear around the corner when you're on the radio. So that's going to hopefully alleviate that whole process. So that'll be really good for the district. We're finally got the tools in. We're building them, and then now we can do it. It almost took about a year, Candace, like about a year to get those supplies in. So it's trickling in. So we're building the first half now. We should start implementation by late March, and then the other parts that are coming in, the other half for our district is coming in May. We will build those and then put those in towards the end of May, first part of June. So we'll be ready for the district. Yes, ma'am. No one likes to broach subjects when it comes down to the FTE meetings that have been going on in the district, and we know what's going on. I like what you guys, the board talking about solutions, coming up with solutions. You know, if need be, coming up and aligning with the district's budgetary constraints and what's going on with that. We've come up with a plan that if we had to reduce staff for our department by 21% or so, with a cost savings of anywhere from 196,000 to 318,000, we could implement a plan to do so, but then also implement a plan if we had to do that and we're asked to do that. The way that we can structure and move positions around to Rove, we're not going to be not providing those services, that safety services to the schools. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we have a plan in place to align with some of what we're hearing about with budgetary confinements within the district. But we're not going to lose the adequate coverage that is needed throughout our district as a whole. Our last slide that we want to talk to you guys about is the staff investigations. When we talk about that, you know, throughout the district, we've completed over 600 staff investigations as of Wednesday. That means that we've had 600 positive contacts in the district that our LSAs have had the opportunity to reach out and continue building that communication with students and staff, maybe on their worst moments, worst days, right? And our staff, our LSAs are committed to making sure that they're providing factual-based information and data that in a timely manner, so that information can be pushed up to the chain of command, will be documented, saved, so the decisions can go to the principals and so forth, so they have accurate information when they're going through the restorative justice practice programs, or if there is discipline that needs to be levied, or making sure that our LSAs are at every single hearing with parents and building those relationships with parents and bridging those gaps there, so we can keep the kiddos in school, but providing them the best help and getting them on the radar early. That mental health aspect, getting them on the radar early, getting them help, identifying them. So they're working hard, but we're working with all of our departments with these processes to where we see the gaps, but we're closing those gaps, like, you know, to where you can get information or report information or see something, say something information, to where, you know, our guys will answer their phones, gals answer their phones, and we work together as a group to make sure that we're providing kiddos that are having suicidal ideations in the middle of the night, getting them help, making sure we know where they live, getting officers out there, getting emergency management out, all of that type of stuff. So with that, thank you for your time. I know it was quick, but if you have any questions or anything, please let us know. Thank you.
Question.
So on this FTE, the acronym,
Full-time employee.
okay,
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, full-time equity. Equivalency.
Huh?
Full-time equivalent, that's the employee.
That's it.
Okay. Anyhow, so you're actually, if needed, it says, could cut 3 positions.
Yes, ma'am.
And to me, I feel like, so the way I look at the way you worded that, if needed, but you still, to me, it says that you still need these people, but because of money, or the budget, you know, that, you could possibly work without. And, is there a way, because I mean, those are some of the things that we've been saying all this time, and especially when we had the safety summit, you know, I thought, and then too, dang it, where we went to Santa Fe and gave that presentation to LSFC, and the committee scheduled us the last frickin' day, the last 30 minutes of the meeting on a Friday. And most of the committee was gone. I mean, we have tried to show, and then we had one senator there, Pinto, that was talking about another school district and how they lacked in reporting and being transparent to them, and talking about a total different district. I think got us mixed up with Gallup, and here we are trying to show her, and that as far as the success that we had with the safety summit and what we were doing, and had they truly heard that presentation, they would have known how much what all the obstacles are, and in our police, in our, everything. And so to me, I feel that we shouldn't have to reduce. I hope we can do everything we can to keep what we have.
Question.
I don't know if you wanted me to respond to that or not. I can. The board does hold the purse strings. I'm reminded of that with my computer here, so I will certainly take that into consideration as we build a budget to approach you. Hopefully, the one thing that you hopefully got out of that is the fact that all these folks feel like there's needs within their department. As superintendent, I've also heard from my board, and I've also heard from the Legislative Finance Committee about our district's finances. And so I'm always cognizant of the central office. And we're basically meant to not grow. Now, within their department, they're not necessarily central office, but each of these folks has been asked, what could you cut? And not just what do you need, but what could you do without? And so that's kind of where that came from.
Well, I believe that a good example is out in the Dakotas right now. Because of the lack of law enforcement, the lack of those officers, now the cartel has moved in. So, and it's not really talked about. And then you got situations that are happening in these sanctuary cities, but it's never really told. And so to me, what are we? I don't want to be reactive. The word was brought up earlier, and we already had a serious threat that we responded with the safety summit, and then the worst has already happened to this district, and that's Ashland Mike. So to me, I feel like in that department, we can't. Do we want to say later on, that, and have to tell our constituents and our community, well, due to budget cuts, we had to do this, and I think as superintendent, as all the department heads here, and we need to get that, and even the board members, we need to stand up and say that to Santa Fe.
Comment.
Go ahead.
In light of Ms. Aspas's comments, a few years ago, I had a conversation with former Governor Martinez. And we were talking about some of these issues, even way back there, in the security and safety of the buildings. And I was able to do a walk with our insurance adjusters, and so I was explaining to her that on a good day, to get police down to Newcomb, you're lucky to do it in an hour. She looked at me and she says, "What's a bad day? You don't get them." She was stunned. So the service that they provide, that you guys provide, again, to her point, is absolutely needed in a manner of the reactivity that she's talking about. As long as we have somebody there that helps to give comfort, even just mentally, psychologically, to the people that are there, they know that somebody's there. So that in of itself is a hellacious benefit to the community members. And again, education and our school district, especially here, we have become everything to everyone. And even that little bit that we're able to provide is a benefit to the community. So hats off to you guys for what you do. So I appreciate that. And yeah, there's hard decisions. But one of the other questions that I had in reference to part of your presentations, and the cameras on the buses, who's responsible for, let's say there's an incident, there's a fight, kids fight. Is it the bus driver's responsibility to fill out the report? That when that occurs, like it's their quote-unquote classroom to manage?
I can speak to that. Okay, so the bus driver's responsibility would be to actually make sure that they'll report that, and then we would ask them to go ahead and write down what happened, like a memo, or we can take a statement of that, and then we would move those kiddos to the principal level, to where the principal gets involved and they understand that this did occur. So and then the LSAs will actually take a report on that too, and then it would be within the principal to work out that type of discipline on that. Would you like to also, sir?
Yes, I would. So the bus is considered an extension of the classroom. So the bus driver would send the report to the principal. Of course, they'll have recommendations as well, and then the principal will be responsible for bringing the family in if there's a fight. Here's what happened, here's the fight. Of course, they won't share any footage because of FERPA laws, protective privacy. So then they go over footage, here's what happened, here's the fight, here's the consequence. Sometimes the bus drivers recommend that they not be able to ride the bus because a lot of times, incidents escalate. So they say, please stop, I'd hate for you to have to, not ride the bus to school. So, but yes, we all work together in conjunction with the principals. Of course, Cindy pulls footage, and I'll let Candace explain that if we need footage to document anything on our end. But that's where we work together with the LSAs, Candace's department as well as with the principal, because they're the one that needs to see the evidence so that the appropriate discipline can be handed out.
Okay, I get that, and you don't need to explain it. It's pretty self-explanatory. Because we've all seen these videos of these horrendous acts on the bus between, whether it be just children in general or young adults on the bus, just totally beating each other, or even guns or whatever it may be, and even bus drivers falling asleep. But again, my concern is how we address those things immediately. And again, that's why I was asking the question as far as the bus driver itself and utilizing the evidence, especially now with the technology that we have, to be able to allow them to do their part in conjunction with, just like you said, the principals, to come to some sort of resolution.
Correct, and thank you for that question. I think one thing too is try not to divulge too many details or specific details, but like, for example,
hypothetically
speaking, right? Incident happens, fight, bus driver, maybe happened before they take off. Of course, they pull over, make sure everybody's safe, and then report, or actually they'll contact the school principal contact an LSA. LSA would mobilize to support. Now, many times though, we get later that, that kid bullied or did something on the bus. Cindy can then pull footage, and then the LSAs review the footage, and then it's dealt with, within a day. sometimes if we have to review footage. But if it's instantaneous, they react pretty quickly. And those are the processes that we're talking about, we're trying to improve, and it takes a lot of collaboration and a lot of training with the principals on how to react. For example, we stepped out earlier today because we were providing support, actually two situations, because we went next door when everyone was getting food, and we were coaching a principal through the process, hearing the information, protecting the district from any liability down the road, making sure we're crossing all our T's and dotting all our I's, and so that the principal knows the next steps, so that they're not, okay, let me try this. So very, very guided, and a lot of collaboration between our departments, transportation, schools, and then of course safety.
Well, I appreciate that, because again, it's important how these steps are put into place to try to mitigate, certainly, and especially with the technology that's being provided, and the use of that individual who's in control of that unit, that bus, or even, I don't know if you guys have them in the Suburbans or no?
Not right now.
Oh, okay, so we'll just stick to the buses then.
Yes, sir.
Not that I'm implying you should do that, but we'll just stick to the buses.
Okay.
Because again, you're gonna have to put it in Steve's vehicle, but it's another story. But I'm just very appreciative that those processes are in place to be able to do that and allow that individual, like I said, who's in charge of that unit, that bus, to take that responsibility upon themselves to be able to do it. Because quite honestly, in my humble opinion, that they are the ones that are in charge of it. And that, like I said, that's their classroom, basically.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mind if I add to that real fast?
Go ahead.
So, I appreciate the question from Mr. Montoya, but I also want to add that hopefully everybody understands that bus cameras are so much more than the bus driver noticed something happen. So often, and they pay for themselves after this happens for a while, but so often we have no idea that anything happened. And we get a report from a parent, well, my child was in a bus and a student walked by and punched him in the face. A student pulled out a vape and started smoking it right next to my child. All these things, we get those calls, we can pull up that footage. And it's the best thing when you have a video that shows exactly what happened. And so there's no, I didn't do that, or yes, well, you did, because we have evidence of it. And then once that starts to spread, all of a sudden kids are much better behaved on the bus when they know there's cameras catching them. Thank you. Is that what you were going to say?
No, I was motioning.
Thanks for letting me throw that in there.
I wanted to know, just because I was getting questions about this, when you're placing your cameras across the school district in places even where students don't go, can you just say why you're picking those areas where we don't have students? Like example, like the bus barn, you're putting cameras in there, and
That's a great question.
why are you putting cameras where they are? Because I already got some questions on it.
Sure.
And so just for the public's transparency, public's knowledge, why the locations.
I think that's awesome. Let's just start with transportation. Transportation is where we house a bulk of our district's assets. Protecting those assets at nighttime, protecting those assets for any type of vandalism or any type of theft where gas is, or tens of thousands of dollars worth of fuel is. Our warehouse is located over there, which houses all of our supplies for the entire district, right? So having cameras strategically placed in those areas in our fenced-in lot at nighttime, of course, we try to light it up as best as possible, but those cameras will be able to help detect that type of illegal activity. It's not to monitor employees or anything like that. It's actually to make sure that even during the daytime, if we have, as an example, we have multiple contractors coming and going. Are they charging us for material that they took with them that they said that wasn't there, or vice versa, or something? Does that happen? Of course it does. I mean, it's sad that it does, but now we can back that up and we can go after that and get restitution for that. When it comes down to our campuses and stuff like that, it's about our people. And we set our cameras up to where we're not monitoring a doorway, we're monitoring hallways, because we want to see our people. We want to protect our people. We want to make sure that we have as much view of that hallway as we can, so we can see every single little kiddo or person going by or whatever's going on, so we can capture that if and when a situation arises. And that includes the outdoor stuff. So we try to put cameras that have a 180-degree view or a 360-degree view, because then we'd only need one camera in one specific area to capture all of that. And then that saves us district money, because we're putting less cameras in, we're saving our switches and that type of stuff with our data. So, yes, ma'am. I hope that answers it.
Thank you so much.
Devin,
May I
can
add a little
you-
bit to that?
Sure.
Ms. Haskell?
Can
So I-
Devin add to that, though, the importance of our cameras and the agreement that we have with our San Juan County Emergency Dispatch, that they can actually come into our cameras and see live footage if we were to have an incident in one of our schools, to get that information.
So we worked really hard last year with our IT department and with emergency management at the 911 dispatch center to have a computer set up over there, so they have their login and the porthole information for that. By moving over to the digital watchdog, we're going to be able to take that out and give them access to that. So 911 dispatch on their one screen will have all of our cameras to go to those emergencies. A couple times this year and last year, we've had emergency on buses where they were on the side of the road, where we were able to direct, emergency services to that bus to help out and so forth. This will help streamline that process and give real-time data as it's unfolding to EMS, fire, and so forth. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then just to add a little bit to what Devin and Candace said, there's been some instances when that camera footage has actually, like, the conclusions of investigations they've come unfounded, like some of these allegations. So they help us in two ways. One of them for liability, right? I know 3 or 4 specific incidents where, like, our staff were like, oh, that didn't happen, there's allegations, and then we look at the video footage and it was like, well, that was a completely different story than what the alleged person had said. So it helps us on both ends.
Thank you. Ms. Chappelle.
Okay, so if it's not being used to monitor staff, is there signage up saying that?
We do have signage for locations of that. Yes, and if the district feels like we need to provide more, we can definitely look at that and do so for sure. Yes.
So there is signage saying that there's a video.
We do have signage up
Okay.
for that. Yes, ma'am.
And then policy or CBA, does it state that staff or work employees are monitored by or could be disciplined by cameras?
I don't believe that's, can you hear me? I don't
No.
believe,
Get closer.
how about now?
Okay, yeah.
I don't recall seeing that in the CBA or policy. However, from an industry standard standpoint, and it being not only a workplace, but a public employment workplace, the degree of privacy concerns are much more lower because of that. And so what I wanted to reiterate with what they're saying is there are so many really great benefits of having that, and also just from a risk management standpoint, right? So sometimes, and I remember a few years ago, we had a claim about, somebody jumping off of a bus, for example, the back of the bus, and then really injuring themselves. Well, if we have coverage of what's going on in that bus barn, we can start identifying when potentially employees aren't being safe themselves, right? Like even at the mine practice of making sure there's, but there's the making sure that there are safe practices. And so From that perspective, I think it's really helpful in addition to the things that were already mentioned. The other thing that we've talked about a lot is we have one bus driver in charge of a whole bunch of kids in a very difficult situation. And so having cameras on the buses also helps us figure out what those bus drivers need as support and resources, because that is a really hard job. To be able to manage that number of kids by yourself in traffic and other, challenging conditions. And then the other byproduct of all of this, and that's why there are, like, we've seen in recent years, the state legislature literally allocating additional dollars for bus driver training, because from a safety standpoint, bus drivers, a lot of our maintenance folks and custodial folks, they are sometimes the first to see what's going on with students, where some of the other adults might not see that. And I just remember there are so many instances of us being able to have really good intel as a result of that. So I was just going to say great job, because it is really helpful.
Thank
May I?
you. Yes, go ahead.
I'm glad you said that, Ms. Chappelle, because I have said that in the past, especially about the bus driver seeing these kids first thing in the morning, last one to see them at the end of the day, the support staff within the building, whether it be the custodians. What did the custodians say in Fast Times at Richmond High? I'm the eyes and ears of this institution.
Was that what it
There's
was,
no-
or Breakfast Club?
Oh, that's what it was, Breakfast Club, my bad. But it's true. And kudos to, but one of the things that I was gonna say really is, like with the cameras, the fortunate of the unfortunate, or the unfortunate of the fortunate is, as they say about locks on doors, locks are for honest people. And that goes to the point I was explaining to somebody a few days ago about back when I was younger, we would literally, with the neighborhood where I lived, would go into everybody's house. The door was always open, the screen door. During the day, the door's unlocked, and you could go into your neighbor's house and talk, and it feeds you, but it's not like that anymore. The unfortunate aspect that we have to have cameras on our buses, down our hallways. Again, that's why I make the analogy of door locks are for honest people.
Board will make sure that we provide Mr. Carlson, Mr. Deswood, our current video surveillance policy. That's within our board policy as well, so you guys can have that language and take a look at it.
Okay, and could you also put up the signages, as we're already fielding calls about that? The concern is the monitoring, staff being monitored, so maybe just that signage saying you're being recorded.
Very good. We'll work with Ms. Chappelle, and I'll work with operations, Ms. Thompson, on locations of where we want to put that up to cover ourselves.
That'd be great.
So, with monitoring workers, and where I work, it's not so. But as our lawyer here pointed out, public money, we're able as a district to do that, as a school district. And then are these cameras audible? Are they audio in there?
That type of stuff. So we're coming on subjects.
So yes or no?
Oh, that's a tough question. I'll get back to you on that.
So
Within the system, ma'am, there are certain things that we can turn on and off as a district. And right now, we have everything turned off except the actual visual of the capability of those cameras themselves. I hope that answers your question. The only thing that we have that we're recording right now is just the actual video of that.
So you can make up your own story? Like, one could interpret one thing going on, the other, unless you read lips. you know, that,
Anything on audio or none of that, ma'am?
Okay,
That's a hot
okay.
stick. That's a hot stick.
okay, yeah.
We won't do it.
But that's concerning. And then, what I want to say is that, it's kind of, you know, we talk about, not creating that environment, you know, of distrust and things like that. But I do understand, and I've known a case with our district that it was used, you know, the cameras were used on the, or the video of a acts or incident that happened on the bus. And it was to the parents or the guardians' advantage. So I know it is valuable. And then, so, but at the same time, it's I think, well, when you look at those guardians, those parents, they see it as a benefit. Others may look at it as, are you guys, you know, a school or jail, or, you know, always having to monitor and things like that. So, you know, I believe, you know, that message needs to get out there to where, you know, people are comfortable. And then maybe if we could put cameras, you know, on administrators in here in these buildings, you know.
There are.
And yeah, I mean, if that gets out there and say, you know, that there are cameras here too, you know, and so maybe that you know, kind of gives an even playing field, you know, for some people. But I think understanding why we're in that, you know, where we need, I think it comes across easier.
It's a good idea.
Ms. Haskell, make a comment.
Go ahead.
I think one thing that I just want to emphasize, rest assured that people are not sitting around monitoring cameras. The only time that, that's the only time that it's brought up is if there's an incident. Because there's too many hours in a day for some, I'll be honest, there was something that happened at my high school, and I watched footage the whole weekend, and trust me, it was really boring. So nobody's sitting around watching videos because we don't have enough people to do that. So just rest assured, and I hope the community understands that. They're also guarded very closely. I think me, Mr. Carlson, and his team are the only ones, and I'll be honest, I've never even logged into it because there would be no need for me to, unless someone brings up an incident to our attention. And I'll be honest, I see them because when I take kids to hearing, or when kids are brought to hearing, I see the footage of them, right? So, and again, I have not seen one video yet where I've heard a recording. It would have helped, right? It would have helped, but I've yet to see a video where there's been audio recorded. It's just quiet. You see people doing stuff. That's about it. Thank you.
Yes.
So I got a
So-
comment.
Go ahead.
Not to be a cynic, but I would question your comment, Mr. Deswood, that there aren't some people who are sitting around watching. But again, I'm not pointing fingers, but I'm just saying I'm just being a cynic and respect that that's human nature for some people to do that. You know, it's just human beings. That's why I said door locks are for honest people. So to that point of, as it was years ago, I remember that someone had made a comment about a certain individual in a certain building sitting there watching the screen. That's why I'm saying I'm a little cynical when I hear that. So, just FYI.
I think that the information being disseminated to the community about the purpose, and maybe even if you can get with Jermaine in regards to the public funds, the law, so forth, it would really alleviate some of the headaches that could be happen further on when people are questioning why. And I think it's just really important just to state the purpose of the video cameras, not just in the school buses, but in all the areas of the school district, because that's what's gonna always come back. Why? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? Why are they monitoring? Why are they watching us? And why, all these questions are gonna be coming back. They're already coming, so I would just recommend having some kind of, you're not muted.
Matthew, you're not muted. So if I may make one last point about that?
Yes.
Madam President, may I?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, gosh, I don't know how many years ago. Over 10 years ago, there was an incident at one of the schools, and the cameras clearly showed what had transpired within just a few minutes, because an individual had been was arrested for what had happened. But the story that the individual gave corroborated exactly with what the video said before they even looked at the videos. And it was an altercation between two young men. And you can see very clearly the one young man who was arrested putting his hands up, going backwards. And you can see it. Obviously, you couldn't hear nothing, right? But you can see this gentleman, this young man walking back. The other young man being aggressive, pushing, and again, hands go up, pushing, hands go up. And any reasonable human being after a certain amount of time would just defend themselves. And that's exactly what the camera showed. So to your point of the use of those cameras, I mean, they're very, very valuable. So I appreciate what you guys are doing.
One last follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
To speak on, by moving the camera system over to the new Guardian system, has allowed us to really, our system is only as good as who we allow inside it. And so we have drastically restricted the access to that, to where we've identified the administrator at that school site and or our LSA. So now we're not having 100 people inside of that system. And so by doing that and working with IT and having that, we've restricted that flow, so we have our trusted people inside the system. And then President Haskey, ma'am, we will work closely with our PIO officer and with Ms. Jermaine, and we'll get out a message that can get pushed out, so we can help answer all those questions to our public, to the parents, and all that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Mr. Montoya.
One last one. You said you guys are tied into San Juan County?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the one that I keep forgetting the name of, the response system down in Albuquerque for the State of New Mexico or Santa Fe, what was that called?
Rave? Was that
No.
the free one?
No.
Ruvna?
No, it's not an incident command center, but it's one that takes all that information in from the State of New Mexico, whether it's tribal, state, federal.
Oh, Fusion.
Fusion.
The Fusion Center, sir?
Yeah, remember I brought that up to you before? Are we in conjunction with them as well through the county or not?
Not yet.
Because
Not yet for our district.
Yeah, because those fusion centers, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And we've had those conversations, and I have full understanding of that. That may be a consideration, especially again, as we know where we are, obviously, federal lands, power plants, the dam, those types of things. And yeah, and somebody had brought up, I think it was Ms. Aspis, about the cartel. True story. A couple years ago, 10 years ago, I was coming back from Newcomb and looking along the mountain range It was a very low flying airplane. From being in the military, I knew exactly why he was doing what he was doing. He's staying out of the radar. Followed a mountain range, went back and then out towards Monument Valley. And that's where they found, I don't know if that was at that time, but I know people who would know that there's evidence of drugs and those things being dropped by airplanes like that. So again, we know what's happening. We're so desolate, there's so sparsely populated, that's very, very easy to do those things. And again, that's that cognizant attitude of being aware and understanding that the services you guys provide mentally and psychologically to the people, it may be the only security system in the community, Los City or Newcomb. And so the benefit that they provide for everybody, I think, is wonderful. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next will be Kenneth Thompson. Everybody, please keep in mind that Board President Haskey is calling for a hard stop, hopefully close to 4 o'clock.
To give everyone time to, if you're going to go to the game, I want to be really respectful of time. I don't want to go beyond the 4 o'clock time because I know that it's Friday, people have to wrap up things, and then you have your weekend, and then we have the basketball game. So I want to make sure that I'm respectful of your time and to stop at hard stop at 4 o'clock, and then we will reschedule the remainder for another day.
Ms. Thompson.
Yeah, oh yeah, that too. Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Board President, Vice President Aspis, Secretary Wells, members of the board, Montoya and Mr. So. I'm going to be really quick. I have 3 departments, so hopefully I can get it in under my 3 minutes. But just under facilities, I've handed out a quick memo of the updates in my departments. We've upgraded playgrounds at elementary schools, OHO, Kirtland L, Eva B. All the drinking fountains have been upgraded district-wide. Outdoor classroom structures are district-wide, with the exception of Newcomb, because we are designing that into the new construction. All access controls on all exterior doors and gates are complete. The last one going in is at Kirtland High School shortly. The replacement of Shiprock High and Newcomb High football fields, replacement of condenser units on all kitchen freezer coolers that needed to be replaced. The new elementary school in Newcomb will be 100% construction documents in April. And I just want to put a side note there for the board. I visited with Mr. Carlson. We will be needing to have an executive session on that topic because we are 100% complete. Come the 1st of April, we were 95% complete last week on the plans. So we're wrapping that project up very quickly. We have all the baseball fields are lit and they have been playing games under the lights. Judy Nelson Ball Field, we will be substantially complete next week, and we'll be turning that over for the Lower Valley Baseball League to have their first practices on that complex on March 18th. I also need to put a little footnote there. I have had many meetings with entities in the Kirtland area and also parents in the area that are concerned about parking. I know we brought this to the board before we started construction on the facility, about possibly researching the availability of the 6 acres south of our complex. So again, I just want to put that out there. I know it's not on the agenda for today, but maybe that would be also something that we need to talk about in executive session soon. The other thing,
Before you go any further on that baseball, I know, I just wanted to share that there was an email sent and to the board and talking about the safety part of that. And I'm really glad that we're gonna consider that, but there again, I did attend a session in talking about purchasing or acquiring land, and I believe we really need to get on this as soon as possible. I was hoping this was going to be put on our agenda, and but you know that we really need to step on this, and it was my hope that it could have been part of the ribbon cutting or the opening, but we need to find out all the make sure, as they say, a clean title, that it's clean and in the purchasing but yeah, as the safety part was pointed out, we need to really look at this.
and Vice President Aspis, I couldn't agree more. Like I said, hopefully we can talk about that in an executive session where we can lay out all the details of that, and then be able to come out and report that to our public. The renovation of the AC Warner pool, we're complete. We are currently addressing some punch list items dealing with the deck surface. We had some slick areas that we are addressing. So we have the pool currently closed again, so we can correct those modifications so we don't have any accidents due to slips and falls.
Ask a question? Just how much has the district spent on that pool over the past 10 years? The cost of a brand new pool? Probably.
I would guess. I know this pool
Kind
is,
of like an electric bus with its batteries.
I know this pool is very
Just
near and dear to the community. I have said so many times I wished we could have just demoed it, but it is in much better condition than it was previously.
I'm gonna give you an analogy.
It's the free puppy.
My wife and I, we went and spent, I'm not exaggerating, $400 on a car seat for my granddaughter. See your eyes. $400. Guess how long that car seat's gonna last my granddaughter?
How old is she?
10 years. $40 a year. Again, in respects to how much we pumped into that pool, we could have built a brand new swimming pool. And that's not, I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying because of the condition of those things as they progress, you know, that's the unfortunate aspect of that pool.
And I can tell you the issues with this pool. Location, location, location. This pool is built on a site where the water table can be anywhere from 18 inches to 7 feet. Currently in some areas, we're 18 inches right now. And there is not, with the pool being above ground, we don't have that force from the soils to help stabilize the pool. So we're always having to deal with those those issues. So ideally, we should have built the pool, say, up at Kirtland Elementary School, somewhere where we're not in that water table. Believe it or not, the ball field, Judy Nelson, when we were putting the lights in, we hit water at 8 feet and had to cast the light poles in.
That's the importance of geology and understanding, not
Yes.
to mention in respects to the water, the environment. You know, they're talking about, sound like a provocateur here, but global warming, again, I call BS, because if you're hitting a water table at 18 inches, what does that tell you? There's a hell of a lot more moisture than people are saying.
Yeah.
The less moisture, the lower it gets. The more moisture, the higher it gets.
And the pool here in Shiprock, it's an in-ground pool, so we don't have the issues with it that we experience with the Kirtland pool. But, you know, the pool was built in the 60s, so it's been in the community a while. So
Again, wasn't picking on you, but I'm just pointing out
that's
the
okay.
fact.
That's okay. I have a love-hate relationship with that swimming pool right now, honestly. The next item.
Ms. Thompson, just real
Yes.
quick, as you're going through this, could we just do kind of like highlights? Because
Yeah.
we still have like 3-4
I
more
will.
reports. So do the
Okay.
elevator pitch, just don't stop at every floor.
Construction at the 4 additional teacher houses at SAO, the UV filtration in the high needs classrooms and nurses' offices, the new warehouse addition, the installation of the new dust collection system at the Shiprock High School wood shop, the renovation to the track and field here at SAO, the renovation, it's not on your list, of SAO electrical service, the upgrade of aged maintenance vehicles, handheld radios to each staff member, asphalt upgrades, Shiprock High School track resurfacing, Kirtland High School track resurfacing. And then the next 5 years, our outlook is the Newcomb Middle School, high school renovation, and teacher housing projects, Sebatai Middle School, including Teachridge, and working on the 5-year master plan priorities. And there I've listed, many of us were part of that 5-year master plan. Those are the items that were identified by the group that we need to be addressing within our next 5 years. Food services, the district's SFE staff, general manager is Nathan Dernberger, assistant general manager is Lori Wingate, and our chef in training is Isaac Smith. They are all now in district. Last board meeting, you had the pleasure of being served by our general manager. They've determined that one site has the most room for improvement here in the district. Between student faculty feedback, there is a significant lack of attention paid to the quality of food, and as a result, we're going to be having Lori placed there to help retrain and help get that kitchen up to par. They've regularly been eating with students at the schools. There's a lot of room for improvement. Many of the schools have not been preparing all the items on the menu or changing them, so we are addressing those and giving our students the lunches that they're desiring. We've done our commodities survey, is complete with the state. We've spent the allocation due to us. Staff safety audits have been completed. We're set up to do catering for the district. We've partnered with Pioche Food Group to set up as a vendor with SFB and Chef Justin. He'll be helping us with training.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
can I ask if we could can you just tell us as board members what your job is at the
Okay.
district? and then what your driver is. I know I like looking at this,
Okay.
but I don't want to go through one by one.
Okay.
Usually that's reserved for the board meetings.
Okay.
But we're at the retreat, and I just really want to know like what your role is in the district and the purpose, and then what your driver is.
Okay. So, my role in the district is to see that our facilities are safe and adequate for everybody to work and learn in every day, make sure we get our students to school safely, overseeing transportation, food service, meals, making sure that our students are fed. My driver, I came to the district 7 years ago. And before I came to the district, I read your 5-year master plan. And in that 5-year master plan, you could see Newcomb and the needs that campus needed. Not only my background is construction, I'm not an educator. I build things, I tear things down. But I could tell, even just looking at student scores, the conditions of their buildings, that campus really needed help. So that has always been my goal when I came to the district, is to get that campus addressed. So here I am in my 7th year. It's fighting to pretend that we're going to be able to address those needs and bring the standards up in those buildings at that location.
It's good. It's great to hear, since I went to school in those buildings, the same buildings too. So thank you for that. And I appreciate that. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I know you're doing some amazing stuff, and especially in my community. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Y'all are good? Thumbs up?
One thing is, I as Superintendent Carlson does his weekly address, and then there was announcements made on the 90-day, and the what was the last one?
The 120.
The 120, yeah. And so when those days, those came up, yeah, I didn't know until I attended the 5-year planning meeting that those actually mean something, and the importance of attendance by our students. So, and then how it really goes back to the having to plan for a new school, and the sizing of classrooms, and that whole, I didn't know until I attended that. So more and more, I try to share that with Carlson, and to get those things out, and why, because putting out there that it's just the 120-day count, it really doesn't mean anything until you put it to other, what it helps with.
If I can add to that, not only is it funding for our district, but it's also very important when we build a school, because those student numbers and those FTEs, those go into the formula to build a new school. So it's looked at very, very critically in this day and time, due to budgets, not only at our level, but at state level. So yeah, those are very important.
And I certainly would add, in respects to the impact aid for student count as well at the federal level for that funding. If I may, Superintendent, what are numbers as of today?
Which numbers?
Student count numbers.
I believe Leandro would have it. It's somewhere in that 4,800-ish.
So technically it's gone down because I think it was last year we were right at the cusp of 5,000. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you,
Minister
Board.
Switch?
Good afternoon. I'll do my very best to keep this within the 3-minute time limit we have. My name is Michael Switch. I'm the District Athletic Coordinator here at Central Consolidated School District. And thank you also, President Hansky, Vice President Ms. Aspis, Secretary Mr. Wells, and board members. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Like I said, I will try to do my very best to keep this in the time frame that you have allotted. We've had many accomplished so far in my accomplishments here. I do want to mention the big thing, especially coming from the New Mexico Activity Association. This is not just a geographical situation or a state situation. This is a national situation where we're having bad behavior at all of our athletic events at the middle school and high school. And it's becoming a problem. One thing I think, and we're still continue doing this, educating our community, our schools, our coaches, administration, our players, our coaches. We're doing a good job, but we're continue educating everyone, because our goal is when everybody enters our school sites to watch a sporting event, most importantly is about safety, a family environment, and them having fun, enjoying the game. This year, so far, our schools have done more than 100% to make sure we follow this policy. There are schools within this geographical area who have got strikes against us. We've done a great job, and I give credit to those principals, those athletic coordinators, those coaches, those fans who obeyed what we've addressed over the PA system. I worked with the athletic coordinators of what we need to address to make sure everyone's safe when they come to those venues. And they've done a great job. And also I want to give a shout out to our LSAs. They've done a great job as helping us provide a safe environment. Another thing I left out, I
Mr.
do.
Switch?
Yes,
What
ma'am.
is LSA? What does that stand for?
Lead safety.
Oh, okay.
Lead,
His department? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
yes, I apologize. Another thing I do want to emphasize too is that our athletic departments, especially our female teams, we're doing a great job as far as being in compliance with Title IX compared to our male sports. We make sure that they have the same amount of assistants, coaches, as our male teams. We make sure they have the same proper equipment, the supplies, and the athletic uniforms as the male. So we're doing a great job, and we're doing everything right now to make sure we're in compliance with Title IX. We're doing a great job in that. I do want to mention with the lights with our baseball and softball field, this is a plus, and thanks for Candace. This helps with scheduling. It gives it's an opportunity where our students stay in classrooms a little bit longer. We don't have to pull them out of the classrooms. It also gives the opportunity for those teams to host tournaments rather than traveling to other places. So this has been a benefit to all of our schools. Do want to mention There's, I'm trying to hurry up here, but, a lot of our student athletes at our various school sites are being recognized, receiving academic and athletic scholarships. They're taking opportunities that are being advertised by the New Mexico Activity Association. There's also a big awards banquet that's held during the summer where it recognizes our student athletes in this geographic area, such as Newcomb, Cartland, and Shiprock. A lot of our student athletes are being awarded with some type of scholarship to help support their continuing education. I do want to mention that it's been brought to my attention that we're doing a great job as far as taking care of our officials, making sure they're being paid in a timely manner. This is something that's been a work in process, but right now it's been very beneficial. Some of the things we've had some challenges. We're overcoming those challenges, and that's transportation, the electronic devices is GoFan and Clover. Those are electronic devices where you can go online and pay for a ticket. That's GoFan. Also, the Clover system is what we use in our concession stand. There are some glitches. We're ironing those out, but it's taking some time. With that, we know we have long concession lines at our athletic events, and that's something that we're working on as well. Our goals is improve communication with our departments. One of the things that that we also want to improve is customer service. That's a big thing when you come to our athletic events or any type of school activity event that we're hosting, is that, it's customer service based. And we're working on that, and we want, like I said, everyone to feel welcome when they come. And another thing is meeting deadlines when it comes to filling out proper paperwork from our coaches, principals, and school sites.
Mr. Switch, how many games, I guess, from tonight, we're hosting one? How many other games are we going to be hosting in the next?
So after tonight, this will be the last game that will be played here in CCS School District, and that's Kirtland. After tonight, they will travel to the pit, and they'll play at 6:30. They will play, depending on, if they continue winning, they'll play the winner out of Valencia and Lovington. If they continue on in the bracket, they will play 11:30 on Thursday morning at the pit. If they continue on, the big game will be Friday night at 7 o'clock in the pit.
Okay, great.
Correct. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, Albuquerque bid. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your report. Are there any questions? Yeah, Mr. Montoya first. and then Vice
So
President.
when you talked about customer service, I need clarification on entry and purchase of tickets. Do infants, what's the age for a human being?
And that's something,
Youngest age.
and that's something we've talked about as a team. We need to be consistent across the table when it comes to this. We cannot have one school doing one thing when it comes to admission into a event. And right now, some places will have 0 to 5 or 0 to 6. This is something that we are working on, to making sure that we are consistent across the board. And also, we're consistent with prices when it comes to our concession stands as well. So we want to be consistent from, what's taking place with admissions into our games at Newcomb, Cartland, and Shiprock.
Okay, yeah, the reason I'm asking is I purchased tickets. They told me, I said, do I need one for my granddaughter, 7 months old? Yes, everybody needs a ticket. Paid for the ticket, take her in, get to the gate. Oh, she doesn't need a ticket. So, not that, I mean, I'm not worried about the money. It goes to the kids. Just the consistency. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, and it goes back to communication and those,
Absolutely.
and those are things that we are working on, and we want to be consistent, and like I said, this is customer based.
And just make sure that superintendent communicates with everybody that it is the same throughout. Thank you.
Ms. Aspis?
You know, I'm glad about to hear about the customer service. But how is that good when we're only doing online tickets? Because I got a few phone calls, asking, you know, how do you do that? You know, and it goes back to what was created. After the one game, Kirtland and Gallup, I went to Country Kitchen and was there, and two people came up and talked about how they were during the line and while they were out in the line, and then also when purchasing tickets. As far as the post was concerned, it all it said was you're limited to 10 tickets, and so I think in reading that, it's this person went there with the goal of buying. Didn't need 10 tickets, but was going to buy 5 tickets. But was not just asked, but yelled at, and is all 5 of them here? You know, nowhere did it say in the post that all people that you were buying tickets for had to be there. All it said was there was a limited purchase of 10 tickets, and so with that, now people are not, you know, you're having the elderly or the ones that don't know how to buy online are trying to find tickets now. And so what are we doing? And it that it's kind of crazy that you go online for tickets, but yet at the concessions you need cash. And so yeah, so I know it's hectic. I know it's, you know, we're trying to do what we can, but we got to remember the community that we live in. Grandma and grandpa, especially them, and then, you know, with this complaint that I got, I've had dealings with the person and that they were talking about, and so it wasn't hard to believe their complaint, and then it brings to my mind, and as I talked to Superintendent Carlson about it, so as we earlier on today we were talking about something about relationships, respect, and things like that. I don't expect to be bowed down to, but I do say this. If you can talk to a board member, you know, in the way that I've had, you know, been talked to by this person and treated by this person, how are you talking to your colleagues? How are you talking to community? And it shows. And so, I don't know what more to say. I thought it would be enough when we heard that Marion, Mrs. Wells was actually physically touched to, to be removed. And and then on top of that, there's been this year and then last year where our board members from Gallup have been mistreated as well.
And I appreciate that very much, and I value you bringing that to the surface. And I can assure you those issues have been addressed, and that's something that we don't portray at all. And we are making movements to make changes as far as when it comes to customer service. We don't, that's not an image as a team of staff here at CCSD. And we're going to work improving that. And like I said, this is a customer service to where we want everybody to feel welcomed, appreciated when they come to our events at the middle school and high school. That's our objective, to make them feel welcome. And and we're gonna, those are the things that I will do to make sure we are following that professionalism, mannerism when we have people come into our school sites to watch athletic events. I also have addressed the ticket issue. I agree with you. There's some things that really need to be changed because we talked about this. Some of our families live in areas where they don't have phone access, they don't have internet access, those type of things, but they still want to come to our games to watch. So we need to make sure we're able to reach out to all people, and all people have that opportunity to come to our athletic events. And I have addressed that, and I agree with you. It needs to change. And I will make sure it's addressed again, and we accommodate to where we're able to help those people to attend our events.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that because I also, like Vice President Aspis, heard about the events while I was in Washington. And I'm really glad that you're addressing it because we are ambassadors for the school district. It's a direct reflection on us when things like that happen. I think that although people get very rambunctious or very excited, that's fine. But I think to remind people that we help serve the kids and we serve our community, and we have to remind our own people, ourselves, that we have a duty. We model our behavior for our children, for the students around us, and just as a reminder to everybody to be respectful. I mean, I think that's where sometimes the message is lost. If I'm doing as, you're doing as I say, but not doing as I do, that's there's confusion there. So I think that we need to walk that walk, talk the talk, walk the walk, and not just push it off on somebody else. It's all our responsibility. So just as and I was really frustrated and I was angry when I had heard about that incident too. So thank you for addressing that.
Thank you very much. And like I said,
With this, even this St. Pius game, Shiprock tomorrow, the fact that it's held in the city doesn't mean that there's still that internet issue, over here. And those that do attend the games and if they don't have internet there, then a lot of them don't have all the apps that we have. And, so even when they get there to Albuquerque, you know, where they get free Wi-Fi, there's still that, they lack that knowledge. And so to me, you know, those things need to be kept in mind. And we haven't totally, you know, gone to wireless or cashless yet. And I don't know why, as a district, we're rushing towards that.
And like I said, I just want, you know, I can let Carol talk about this, but those are some of the things that were rolled out before I even got here, and we're still working on that. And so we're doing everything that we can to make sure it's done correctly, you know. So we are trying to work on that. I know that I know this has been mentioned by several of you. I do want, and I apologize if I'm taking up a lot of time, but I know that in the last couple of years, there's been questions about when we get to a tie-breaking game. And I am really pushing for this, and speaking to the person, these games have gotten so big to where the capacity level is so high. The two big gyms in our geographical area, that's also including Farmington and PV, is still not as big as Shiprock, Kirtland. I am really trying to push the venues to take place at Shiprock due to the fact of the seating capacity. We're able to get more people in our gym. Most important, the parking. Our parking is to me, is a lot more beneficial than what we have to do to travel other schools. We have a lot more advantages than compared to those other schools. So this is something I'm really pushing to make sure this is changed for the upcoming seasons of next year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Switch. And I hope that also that we have accommodations for the people in wheelchairs and that have injuries, having to use crutches and so forth. So,
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. The last person I think we'll hear from.
Just real quick, I mean, I'm just a little bit puzzled why there's a lot of complaints with the transition to cashless. I mean, all the other schools in San Juan County have done it. I'm just puzzled by some of the kinks or glitches that exist in the district. And with that, I mean, a lot of schools I've been to, it's not an issue. So maybe that's like the stuff that goes back down to like how it's been unveiled or rolled out, or just some of the kinks that happen with customer service. I don't know. So because I think cashless is better. It's easy to use. All you do is tap, press pay, and you're done. You don't have to fiddle with cash. And if you really wanted to go to a game, I mean, if you really want to go to a game that badly, you'll especially like a Kirtland game or Shiprock, you'll find a way. Mm-hmm. Even for grandmas, I've seen grandmas deal with their cards. It's nothing hard. Anyway, just a comment.
Okay.
Or as we do data collection or whatever, maybe that question be posed, and you know, and see what the obstacles are. But I don't think anybody's going to want to come up and say, I don't know how to do this. I don't, you know, it takes a lot for somebody to admit that they're not as, you know, they're not as smart as Mr. So over here that knows how to operate you know, these internet and whatnot. But I do speak for the ones that, you know, I guess without I guess this is gonna have to be said, but we have Cellular One on the reservation. A lot of our people use that. And some refer to it as what? What did they refer to that? No. You're right. Right. It's not a nice word. And then, and I'm not familiar with it, but, people on assistance, they get that. And then, so I'm sure the apps are not free. I'm sure, all these features that we have are not on that phone. I don't know. But who wants to come out and say that? And so, I find it that we have to go to that level to explain this and to make people understand that, even something as simple as Board Member So put it, to go and press a button and be cashless, it's not so. It's not so. I mean, SO for some people. And so, Mr. So is wrong. TSO.
Okay, Ms. Gonzalez?
So we've been addressing that, as Mr. Switch said. So being new to the district, it was rolled in, of course, before our time. We didn't know of the problems, but one of the things, that's where I think the system from the finance department has been a little bit broken, is that without leadership vetting everything and saying, before we rolled this out, did we really look at it? Do we have the internet services? Because that was one of the things when I asked my department is, did you work with technology to make sure that we put extra data drops at the sites? Because they can't be walking outside trying to search for a signal. That's ridiculous. We should never have done that. Yeah.
We don't have signal in Newcomb.
Yeah, and so that's the thing, is we rolled it out when we probably shouldn't have. We really didn't put it out there they rolled it out and then just said, this is what you have to do, and didn't really give any training. So I've been having a hard time with that because we've even got pushback from the secretaries using it because there's just no training. The value of it is great, but we need to roll it out in the right plan and the right steps and get everything done. But we also then, if we do need not a non-cashless system, some actual cash transactions, we just need to allow for that and just create, what is our system really gonna look like? And we didn't even talk to each other in the department, it sounds like, when they rolled it out. So we are working on it, and we know it's a huge problem.
They're not long range. Once you go out of a certain range, they don't work. That's what I gather. Yeah, it's not simple. It's not, and if we can truly help in those areas, perhaps on game day we could have somebody there to help somebody, and provide that internet. I don't know.
Simple
But we need to do
solution.
better.
Mr. Montoya?
Yeah, simple solution. Just keep both methods. I mean, it's that simple.
Yes, and that's why I'm not sure why they didn't, so we're still working on that.
Yeah, because the thing is, you go into the superintendent's office to try to get a signal, you ain't gonna get jack. You got to walk around the track to get a signal. Ain't that right?
Yeah,
See?
yeah. So we've got a lot. We've got a lot to work on.
Yeah. So again, just keep both.
Maybe we can look at some dates. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. I think we are at a good place to stop for now. I know we have 2 people left. 3? Oh, okay. So we'll board, I think we need to schedule another time, and it really gives opportunity for Ms. Gonzalez to go over her plan, and then to do the education for our board, and then maybe Mr. Venturino, did I say it right? Torino, that for to really go in more in depth in terms of data-driven instruction and curriculum building. So you're not out of the woods yet. So, and then to Ms. Bellany, to go further into federal programs, because I know that's a huge piece that we've been talking about, the grants and so forth. So I think it probably worked out perfectly so that you have longer, more time to go more in depth into your programs. So I appreciate all your participation, your attendance, your feedback. You know, the dialogue that we had, I think, was really good, and your openness to listen to us as board members and the suggestions, the recommendations. So thank you so much for everything that you do, and thank you for being here. Anything
Second.
Okay, hold your thought real quick for the superintendent.
I was going to say thank you to all the directors. I appreciate, all that you've said and done, and being willing to kind of take the heat. Expect more of that, because we're going to be meeting again, and everybody's going to be here for the second one as well, because it's just as important that you hear what everybody else has to say than to say what you've said. So thanks for being a team and working together. Remember, we're supporting. We are always supporting, and I will say that quite a bit on my slides when I get my chance. So thanks again, everybody. We can go back to the adjournment at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Wells. You already did it? Okay.
I seconded it. It's been
It
moved and
was-
seconded.
It was motioned by Mr. Wells and seconded by Mr. Montoya. Roll call vote. Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
Mr. So?
No, just kidding. I vote yes.
Okay, Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Ms. Aspis? Yes. And I vote yes. Thank you so much. Hopefully you'll support our team this evening. Good night.